Chapter 61. Sam settled into the pilot's seat. He inputted the GPS coordinates of Jadoo into his satellite phone. Then he attached the phone to the windshield with one of those suction holders like people used to use on their cars before built-in GPS became ubiquitous. It was rudimentary, but it would work. Then he placed his headphones on, pressed the push-to-talk button on the yoke, and said, "How are you doing back there, Amira?" "I'm fine. I can't think of the word." Sam smirked. "Cozy?" "I was thinking a little claustrophobic." He laughed. "You won't be for long once we're in the air." "It's all right. I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Just make sure you don't crash the damn thing." "I'll do my best. It's been a long time since I've flown one of these." Amira's voice rose a notch. "I thought you said you learned to fly in one of these." "I did. I also learned to fly a very long time ago, and I haven't sat in a Super Cub since." "Are you serious?" she asked. "It's all right. I'll be fine." "I'm trusting you." "You're in safe hands." Sam returned to the task of preparing the plane to take off and felt a familiar rush of excitement. The cockpit, though compact, was a space of infinite possibilities, each instrument and control a gateway to the freedom of the skies. As he closed the door, securing it with a confident click, the outside world fell away. The cockpit controls, including the yoke, throttle, and instrument panel, were primarily accessible to the pilot in the front seat. However, in this Super Cub, there was a secondary set of basic controls available for the rear seat, making dual control instruction possible. Maybe he would give Amira a flying lesson. Sam, comfortably seated in the front of the Piper Super Cub with Amira securely in the back, felt a blend of concentration and exhilaration. The pre-flight checks were methodical, a ritual Sam performed with respect and diligence. He confirmed the controls were free and clear, the flight instruments set, and the fuel quantity sufficient. Satisfied, he turned his attention to starting the engine. "Clear prop," he shouted, although no one was there, before turning the key. The engine fired on the first go. Its sound was a soothing hum to Sam's experienced ears. He felt the vibration of the plane, a living entity ready to soar. Gently, he adjusted the throttle, feeling the Super Cub stir beneath him. The taxi to the runway was a dance of precision, the plane responding obediently to Sam's practiced hands on the yoke and pedals. Reaching the runway, Sam paused, his eyes scanning the instruments, confirming wind direction and speed. He looked up at the sky and searched for incoming aircraft. He couldn't see anything either landing or taking off. It was a tiny airport, and there was no radio tower to rely on. He pressed the press-to-talk button and asked, "You see any other aircraft or anything I should watch out for?" "Nothing ahead. You're clear for takeoff," Amira replied, her trust in him naively unwavering. "All right, hold on." Sam pushed the throttle forward, and the aircraft began to accelerate along the runway. As the speed increased, Sam kept the nose of the aircraft down, focusing intently on the rapidly moving runway ahead. He was attuned to every vibration and sound, waiting for the moment it was ready to fly. The plane reached its takeoff speed, a critical point where flight becomes a tangible reality. With a smooth and practiced motion, Sam gently pulled back on the yoke. The nose of the aircraft lifted, and the plane rose like a ballon. Sam felt the exhilarating sensation of leaving the ground behind. The Piper Super Cub ascended, climbing steadily into the sky. Below them, the landscape receded. Ahead lay the vast expanse of the open sky. Over the crackle of the radio, he heard Amira's voice. "You're right, Sam," she said. "I'm no longer claustrophobic. I feel free as a bird up here." Chapter 62. Jadoo, Tenere Desert. Located in northern Niger is the Jadoo Plateau. It's also the name given to the ancient and mysterious ruins of Jadoo, an abandoned citadel, an African ghost city. These ruins, nestled in a remote corner of the Sahara Desert, unfolded before them like a forgotten chapter of history beneath the wide wings of their aircraft. The view was awe-inspiring. Emerging from the heart of the Sahara, the site exuded a sense of grandeur combined with timelessness. Its towering ramparts rose majestically, constructed from the very sands that surrounded it. Overshadowing the ancient city were the Air Mountains. These folded granite peaks stood imposingly in the distance, dark purple and black against the sand. Sam banked the Piper Super Cub, revealing an uninterrupted view. The sun cast a golden hue over the landscape, illuminating the remnants of a once thriving civilization. To him from above, Jadoo looked like an intricately constructed sandcastle. "Check out those sandstone walls," Sam said. "They're unbelievable," Amira said. "Weathered and sculpted by centuries of desert winds, and they're still there." "They were built to last." Sam studied the network of narrow alleyways and structures that had withstood the ravages of time and nature. He viewed outlines of what once must have been houses, open markets, and temples. He said, "I am always astonished by the architectural genius of bygone eras." The city's layout resembled a fortified stronghold. They saw courtyards and chambers, each like a room in a giant castle, now open to the sky. The remnants of what might have been grand halls and secluded alcoves stood silent, the stories of the people who built them buried in the sands. Such profound desolation was both haunting and mesmerizing. Flying over Jadoo, Sam felt a deep sense of humility. The vast expanse of the desert around the fortress put the fleeting nature of human endeavors into perspective. The silence of the ruins was a stark contrast to the steady hum of the Super Cub's engine and the whisper of the wind over the wings. Sam felt he was traversing a timeless realm and witnessing the remnants of a forgotten empire. Amira, equally captivated, took in the view with a sense of wonder. Sam brought the Piper Super Cub down on a long sand dune nearby. He drilled 10-inch screws into the sand by hand and then secured each wingtip to them. There wasn't much wind currently, but he wasn't taking any chances. He'd seen people who had landed on the top of a large sand dune go for a 5-minute walk, only to find a small gust of wind had caught under the wings and flipped their aircraft. Out in the Sahara, such an accident could be a death sentence. Sam took a quick drink of warm water. The desert sun cast a warm golden light on the sands. It was mid-morning, but already the temperature was beginning to soar. He glanced at Amira. She was staring up at the ancient ruins of Jadoo, her brown eyes wide and filled with awe. "Drink?" Sam asked. Amira nodded, so he passed his canteen to her. As she drank, Sam said, "It's beautiful, isn't it?" "Incredibly," she agreed. Sam grinned. "Do you think we have the right place?" She shrugged. "You studied satellite images. The sketching my husband drew in his journal might as well have been for any number of the hundreds of similar desert fortresses in the region, but I'm pretty confident we have the right place. Jadoo adds up. I remember when my husband went away. It's possible he might have made it here at that time. Impossible to think he went much farther." "All right, shall we go find the third golem?" She nodded. "Sooner we find it, the sooner we can locate the Relic Hunter." "What are you going to do when we find the Relic Hunter?" Amira thought about Badri, her husband. He had lied to her for years, and he hadn't been the perfect husband, but their love had been genuine, and they had shared some very good times together. The Relic Hunter was responsible for her loss. Amira turned to face Sam. "That depends on you." "On me?" Sam asked. Yeah, it depends on if you're capable of stopping me from killing the Relic Hunter with my bare hands. Sam chuckled. Right. Let's cross that challenge when we get there. For now, let's go find the third golem. Chapter 63. Sam and Amira trekked up to the eastern edge of Jadoo. They stopped at the eastern base of the fortress, where a shallow seasonal pool of brackish water was ringed by reeds and date trees. The location depicted in Amira's husband's journal drawings was in the westernmost rampart, where the strongest section of the ancient wall was still fully intact and impenetrable. As luck would have it, in the east, a large crumbled section of one solid wall formed an opening like a jagged scar. It meant they would need to enter from the east and make their way through the maze of buildings and structures until they reached the western edge. Sam turned to Amira, his blue eyes twinkling. Looks like they left the front door open for us. So they did, she replied cheerfully. The city was eerily silent as they entered. The ground beneath their feet was a tapestry of sand and stone. The fortress was a labyrinth of crumbling walls and structures. Sam ran his hand along the weathered stones, feeling the echoes of history etched into their surface. Amira, with a keen eye for detail, pointed out intricate carvings on some of the stones, faded but still discernible from their creators. They had read that rock art and petroglyphs in this place dated back more than 10,000 years. Many of them depicted the once thriving landscape and large animals in the region, including giraffes, elephants, and lions. The world had changed, and the people had moved on along with the animals. They continued walking through what might have once been a marketplace, imagining the bustling life that once filled these now silent streets. They kept moving west, until they came to what must have been a place of gathering or worship. Its pillars, although eroded, still stood proudly, holding up the weight of history. Sam and Amira moved quietly through this space, reverence in their steps. Fragments of pottery lay scattered, each piece a puzzle in the story of the civilization that once thrived here. The air was thick with the essence of antiquity. As they walked, Sam and Amira felt as though they were moving through time itself. As the day wore on, the shadows grew longer, casting dramatic patterns across the ruins. The setting sun painted the sky in hues of orange and pink. Every so often they would climb to the top of a crumbling rampart, where the view of the surrounding desert was breathtaking. The endless expanse of golden dunes, stretching out into the horizon, offered a stark contrast to the decayed majesty of Jadoo. The breeze, carrying the essence of the desert, played with Amira's hair as she stood beside Sam, both lost in the moment. As they explored, the profound silence of the ghost town enveloped them, broken only by the occasional sound of a distant bird or the rustle of the wind. In this place, where time seemed to stand still, Sam and Amira found themselves connected not just with the history of Jadoo, but with each other. They were sharing an experience that transcended the present. Amira looked around at the desolate and incredibly isolated ghost city. What happened here? Sam said, Nobody knows for sure. She raised her delicate eyebrows just a notch. Want to share your guess? Sam nodded. Sure. This city, named in modern times for the Jadoo Plateau it is found on, is completely mysterious. Some of the structures seem familiar and are recognizable from other neighboring cultures. Others stand mute, their purpose unknown. He pointed toward a dilapidating piece of dirt and stone wall that once formed part of the outer rampart. These ruins are around 800 to 1,000 years old, and come from a time when this part of the Sahara was much wetter, forested, and fertile. We know something about the people who lived here in the more recent past. The fortress city of Jadoo is what is known as a Casar. These traditional North African fortified settlements dot the landscape, and generally take the form of a series of houses built around central food storage, with an emphasis on defense. Casars were made from the trunks of palm trees, covered by adobe mud, dried by the desert winds to an iron hardness. But what sets Jadoo apart from most such casars is its great size. This fortress dominates the surrounding landscape, but who built it? We don't know. Amira said, I can't imagine how difficult it would have been to build. No, neither can I, Sam agreed. The deep Sahara was a land almost beyond human reach. Any traveler heading south from the Mediterranean coast was faced with nearly insurmountable obstacles. Huge, towering dunes block the route south. Relentless heat and harsh winds sap all energy, and the vista appears lifeless. But for those who penetrate to the harsh interior of the great desert, a seeming miracle can be found. Here, amid the sand-choked canyons on a high desert plateau, lies the ruins of Jadoo. Do we know who lived here? Amira asked. Originally? No one knows. Sam smiled. But what we do know is that this region has been occupied for a very long time. The Kanuri people of the mid-Saharan desert were the last known inhabitants of this city, so it may have been built by their ancestors. But there is no evidence of this, and the Kanuri are not known for such monumental construction. They more likely inherited a city built far earlier by an unknown culture. What happened to the Kanuri? The land dried up, as it had for their ancestors. Early pastoral agriculture is also in evidence at the site. Goats and sheep were herded here as early as 7000 BC, with the first permanent settlements being built here at that time. Cattle were introduced around 4000 to 3500, 1,000 years before the Great Pyramids at Giza. The many rock paintings that are found within the Ayer Mountains of the region date from 3500 BC to 2500 BC. These portray a very different landscape to that seen today. A lush world, thick with vegetation, and with many animals. I can't imagine the Sahara lush with animals, although my people have told many stories of it. Yeah, the Sahara used to support a savanna ecosystem. The whole area is now largely uninhabited, with many abandoned towns and forts still visible as empty ruins in the desert. As the surrounding region here became more arid over the last 500 years, settlement became uninhabitable and was abandoned. Climate change? Sam shrugged. It certainly changed here. Today it's extremely inaccessible, so limited archaeological work has been undertaken at this site. But Casar construction is well suited to variances in temperature and harsh desert conditions, and so the abandonment of Jadoo didn't mean its destruction. Sam climbed up through the next set of stairwells that led toward the western section of the citadel. He was breathing heavily, surprised by how much they had climbed to get there. He paused to fill his lungs. What exactly are we looking for, Amira? A golem, she said, with a mischievous glint in her eye. It's exactly 7 feet tall and glistens golden red with the wonders of orichalcum. He suppressed a grin. I meant, based on the markings in your husband's book, what are we looking for? There should be a rounded section that looks like this. She used her finger to draw in the sand, revealing the curved wall of a parapet. Inside there will be a stairwell leading to the top of the ramparts, where warriors and lookouts once paced. On the wall at this point here, she said, pointing to the start of the stairs. At the base of that stairwell there's a secret trap door. It leads underground. That's where my husband found the golem. Sam pictured the satellite images they had marked, and recalled the markings used to reveal the secret passageway that led to an underground chamber. That was where the golem lay hidden, which was unable to be seen by air. Thus they had been obliged to fly out to Jadoo to see for themselves. They kept working their way to the west. Following the edge of the ramparts, each section would eventually lead to an opening, which in turn led to a stairwell that took them to the next level above, and doing so, they kept moving higher and higher, and farther west through Jadoo. Sam asked, "Why didn't your husband take the golem originally?" Amira raised her eyebrows just a notch. "Because Badri had been asked by the Relic Hunter only to locate it." "Right. I remember the Shirako Syndicate were applying pressure on your husband to force him to take the job." "Yeah. Badri wasn't the best of husbands, but he was smart and kind, and he knew right from wrong. He tried his best to think of a way out. The more he learned about this Relic Hunter, the more he knew he could never give her what she wanted. To do so would be to sign his own death warrant." "So what happened?" "When he found the golem, he decided to double-cross the Relic Hunter." "He planned on stealing the golem." "Yes. He thought the money he could make selling it might be enough for us to escape the Relic Hunter, to start a new life somewhere else, Australia or the Americas, somewhere far away from Africa." "What went wrong?" "You must remember, the thing weighs 7 tons. There was no way he could move it on his own. He needed to sell it or transport it without revealing its location. Once he found it, he made a mark so he could relocate it, but left it where it had remained hidden for centuries. He made these notes in his journal, but you need to put them together to make sense." "He made his secret notes and came back to sell the golem." "That's right. He was going to double-cross the Relic Hunter." "Uh-huh. Consequently, he was murdered, and the golem was left in its hidden tomb." "I'm sorry about your husband," Sam said. "It's all right. It is what it is." Amira stopped walking. Sam followed her gaze. "What?" "There," she said. "That's the entrance, drawn on the journal." Sam's eyes narrowed. His heart thumped in his chest. "I really hope so," Sam said, "because looking at this area, there aren't any more of these stairwells to search. If it's not here, it's not in Jadoo, which means we'll need to start from scratch with the search for the third golem." "It will be here," Amira said, with a confidence she didn't quite feel. The entrance to the stairwell appeared identical to the one Amira's husband had drawn. Of course, most Casar stairs looked the same throughout the Sahara. They stepped inside, and Sam swore. Because instead of the curved stairwell of Amira's husband's journal, this one formed a rectangular dogleg. Amira said, "I'm sorry, Sam. This is the wrong place. The third golem isn't hidden here." Chapter 64. Sam dismissed Amira's apologies. He took the images out of his pack, and they both studied the satellite photos of Jadoo. The entrance, the curvature of the ramparts, all of it seemed exactly like the one drawn in Badri's journal. Sam asked, "Can I examine his writings?" Amira took off her small backpack and removed the journal from its waterproof casing inside. She opened it up to the page in question and handed it to Sam. "Here, have a look." Sam studied the journal's drawing. He'd seen it plenty of times before, but it was good to see it while standing on the rampart at Jadoo. Sam frowned. "Yeah, it's unequivocal. The stairwells don't match." "What do you want to do?" "I'm not sure there's much we can do. We've hit a dead end." "Do we fly back today?" Sam shook his head. "By the time we return to our airplane, the sun will be close to setting. I don't want to risk flying the Super Cub in the dark." She suppressed a teasing laugh. "I thought you said that thing was a workhorse, more capable than most modern planes." "It is," Sam reassured her. But it also doesn't have many working electronics, and no satellite navigation, let alone instrument flight ratings. That means we can't fly it in the dark. Not at all? Only if you want to crash. She smiled. The tip of her tongue touched the top of her mouth. She pressed her lips together. I don't mind camping here tonight. Me neither, Sam agreed. Or anywhere else with you. How romantic, she teased. Under the Saharan stars. Sam was about to fold the journal in on itself and put it away. They had a long trek back to their aircraft, and he was happy to set up camp before nightfall. Not that he had any aversion to working in the dark, but he didn't relish the idea of foraging for firewood when the scorpions were more prone to be out and about, searching for food. He spotted something as he closed the journal, folding it in on itself. What was that? He asked, his voice excited. Amira held his gaze. What was what? He quickly fingered through the pages until he found what he was looking for. On the page directly below the one which described the entrance to the hidden chamber, whereupon the third golem lay buried, there was a small section of writing. Amira had never mentioned it, and he had simply assumed it wasn't related to the golem whatsoever. Now, as he examined the words, he realized that they had been garbled together in unreadable text. It was so obviously incomprehensible that he was certain it was done intentionally, as no adult would make so many spelling mistakes, let alone an educated man such as Amira's husband. He planted his index finger on the writings. Any idea what the significance of this is? Amira shook her head. It's all gibberish as far as I can tell. Would that be the sort of thing your husband might write? Not really. I wonder what he meant by it. She put her hands on her hips. Honestly, I don't think he meant anything by it. Sam rubbed his chin. I wonder. What? Sam stared at the markings that seemed so strange they may as well have been hieroglyphics. Upon closer study, they suddenly made sense. They were the reverse of the alphabet. It's not gibberish, he said, the edges of his lips turning up in a grin. It's a code, and a very simple one, too. Chapter 65. It's called an Atbash cipher. How does it work? Amira asked. Her curiosity piqued. She was only just now realizing that her husband had not only lied to her for years of their otherwise loving marriage, but he had taken the time to learn cryptology as a means of concealing ever more complicated lies. Very simply, Sam said, taking the small pencil attached to the journal and beginning to decipher it. Go on. The Atbash cipher works on a type of substation cipher, where the alphabet is reversed. The first letter A is substituted with the last letter Z, the second letter B with the second-to-last Y, and so on. So what? All you have to do is translate the code, and it will reveal the location of the third golem? Sam eyed her with hope in his eyes. Sometimes we get lucky, and I feel we're due for some good luck with this one. Amira watched him quickly work to decipher the code. She looked over his shoulder and began reading the words as he decoded them. 7, 10, 5. Sam started a new line. Amira said, 18, 4, 6. It didn't take long before Sam had 8 sets of 3 numbers. He held the page upright as though he had achieved a miracle and said, Done. Well done, Sam. Amira took the page, studied it, and gave a teasing snort. Looks like you have successfully translated this alphabetical gibberish into numerical gibberish. Thank you, Sam said, unperturbed. Now what? Sam grinned. That depends. A wry grin formed on her lips. On what? Did your husband ever carry around a particular book? Like a journal he kept hidden from me throughout our entire marriage? No, Sam said, shaking his head with a suppressed smile. But good guess. I'm talking about a real book. Amira gave an apologetic shrug. No. What is this, the early 2000s? Nobody carries the weight of a real book around these days. Not to mention the cost of an actual book. He had a Kindle. Why? Sam looked hurt. What about the smell of a real book and the joy of fingering through actual papers? She shrugged. Call me too pragmatic for sentiment. Give me something I can download in a few seconds and binge read the next books in the series. Sam said, Okay, any idea what his favorite book was on Kindle? He was an avid reader. He liked lots of books, read all the time, and digested stories like, I don't know, someone who loves to read. Sam laughed at the poorly framed analogy. Did you ever see him reading the same book more than once? No. What about a book that always appeared on the face of his Kindle, right at the start of his library? She was about to shake her head and say no when she thought of something. Oh, wait. There was one book. It used to be his favorite. I asked him about it once, because several times when I randomly opened his Kindle, the same book was open, and I thought it was odd. Remember, Badri was one of those people who can finish a book in a night, so it always struck me odd that he should read and then reread the same story. That's the key, Sam said. What was the book? A Place Called Freedom by Ken Follett. It's about... Sam raised his hand in a dismissive gesture. I know. I've read the book myself. I can see why your husband treasured it. Amira frowned, confused. So, you know what this is? Sam shot her a cocky grin. It's a book code. Go on. Basically, it's a type of cipher where each word or letter in the plain text of a message is replaced by some code that locates it in another text, the key. In this case, it will be A Place Called Freedom. Right. A book code was a variation of the one-time pad. Uh-huh. You appear bewildered. She shook her head wistfully. Not at all. I simply don't understand where my husband picked this stuff up from. That's all. I guess you never really know someone, no matter how close you think you are. I'm sorry, he said. It's okay. Sorry, you were saying a one-time pad? Sam nodded and kept going. A one-time pad had letters and numbers randomly printed in 5-character groups. Only 2 copies of each pad were made, one for the sender and one for the recipient of the signals. Each sheet of the pad was used for one message, then torn off and destroyed. Because each sheet was used only once, the code could not be broken. A book code used the pages of a printed book in the same way, except that the sheets were not necessarily destroyed after use. So how do the garbled numbers fit in? These represent the specific page numbers, line numbers, and position in the book. Sam brought up his list of deciphered numbers from the Atbash cipher. 7105 means we're looking for the letter that corresponds to Chapter 7, Line 10, and the first letter of the 5th word. Right. And in total there are 8 sets of 3 numbers, so the final deciphered word will be 8 letters long. Simple. Amira pressed her lips together. Pity we don't have a copy of the book here, or we could work it out now. Sam clicked on his cell phone. It had been bolstered with a satellite antenna, so it still operated in the middle of the Sahara. He paired his phone with his Kindle via Bluetooth and then brought up the Amazon site. He searched for A Place Called Freedom by Ken Follett, clicked the Buy Now link, and downloaded the book. Sam said, Okay, read me those numbers again. Amira started with the first line. 7105. Sam brought up Chapter 7, Line 10, and Word 5. He stared at the word. Life. He smiled. Okay, so the first letter is L. Sam scribbled the letter L down and kept going until he had revealed all 8 letters. He stared at the final word. LXVRMETK. He frowned. Does LXVRMETK mean anything to you? Amira shook her head. Not a thing. I was certain we had it. Amira leaned over his shoulder and looked at the Kindle. Oh, wait, what's the font size setting? Sam glanced at it. Whatever the default setting is. I think it's size 4 with brightness 6. Why? Amira's eyes widened, the edge of her soft mouth turning gently upward. Because my husband had incredibly poor eyesight. I can tell just by glancing at your Kindle that my husband wouldn't have been able to read it like that. Any idea what size font he set his Kindle to? Size 10. Sam felt his heart race into a gallop. They were getting somewhere. He clicked the change font size button and slid it to size 10. The entire document reset its size. He put the location of the first cipher's key into the book, 7105. The chapter location hadn't changed, and neither did the specific word numbers, but the number of lines on the page definitely shifted. Then he stared at the first word. Kent. Sam wrote the letter K down. He then put in the next location key. What's the next set of numbers? Amira said, 846. Sam put those details into his Kindle and stared at the word. Savory. He kept going. By the time he finished the first 4 letters, it spelled something he recognized. Casar. In North African, the term referred to a fortified village composed of earthen buildings surrounded by defensive walls. Sam grinned. We are getting somewhere. There are hundreds of Casars in the Sahara. It could be anywhere. Sam lifted a hand. Just wait. They worked their way through the rest of the cipher. When they were done, Sam looked at the 2 words in their entirety. He said the name out loud. Casar Dra. Sam could picture the ancient ruins, but he'd never been there. Very few people had. Even fewer than Jadoo. Amira said, We got it wrong. Looks like it. Casar Dra? Amira frowned. As in Algeria? That's the one. She grinned. Then we'd better go to Casar Dra and find the 3rd golem. Amira's brown eyes filled with sudden and unexpected hate. And then I'll take out my revenge on the Relic Hunter. Chapter 66. The aircraft sat quietly on the flat, vast sands of the Sahara, its metallic frame reflecting the last hues of the setting sun. Around it, the desert stretched endlessly, a sea of golden tranquility. Nearby, a small campfire crackled softly, its warm glow a comforting presence in the wide-open space. Sam stepped up into the aircraft and retrieved the double swag. It's going to be dark soon. Better to make camp here and then fly to Casar Dra in the morning. Okay, I'm game. Sam had always found a unique peace in these remote landscapes, far from the bustling runways and crowded skies. Here, under the heavens of the Sahara, time seemed to pause, allowing for moments of introspection and serenity. When the stars were beginning to twinkle in the darkening sky, Sam reached for the swag. He unrolled it under the wing of the Piper Super Cub with practiced ease, revealing the cozy interior, complete with a comfortable mattress and soft bedding. He and Amira collected firewood. Their pickings were small, a few dried broken branches from the odd acacia tree and a stump. Several pieces of the small tamarisk shrubs lining the waterhole, and a dead palm frond. They set their fire and lit it, waiting until it was burning hot before placing the thick stump of a long-dead acacia tree on top. They ate dinner. It was a simple, ready-made meal, the same as one would get at any camping store. After dinner, the campfire began to die down, and the night air grew cooler. Amira shivered. Sam said, Do you want me to find more firewood? No, she said, and gestured toward the swag. You can keep me warm in there. Sam didn't need to be told twice. He climbed in beside her, feeling the familiar comfort of the rugged material against his skin. The swag, designed to withstand the harshness of the Australian outback, felt surprisingly at home here in the Sahara. The sleeping bag was designed for 2 people to share, but only if they were snuggled in close to each other. Sam felt grateful he'd decided to give Tom some time off, so he could share the swag on his own with Amira. He kissed her playfully for a few minutes, and then rolled on his back, with her laying with her head on his chest, wrapped up in his arms. Settling in, Sam gazed up at the star-filled heavens, an unending tapestry of twinkling lights that stretched to infinity. The Milky Way was a brilliant smear across the heavens. Together they watched in silent wonder as a couple of shooting stars streaked across the sky, their brief, luminous paths a magical sight in the celestial landscape. In each other's arms, cocooned under the Saharan sky, Sam felt a profound sense of contentment and connection. The fire dwindled away to hot embers. The desert night was cool, but within the confines of their swag, there was an undeniable warmth that stemmed not just from the blankets, but from the closeness they shared. Sam gazed into Amira's eyes, reflecting the twinkling stars above, and felt a surge of tenderness. He brushed a stray lock of hair from her face, his fingers lingering on her skin, soft and warm. Amira's laughter, light and melodious, filled the air, igniting a spark in Sam's heart. They were playful at first, sharing whispered jokes and gentle teases, their laughter mingling with the quiet sounds of the desert night. As their playfulness gave way to a deeper, more intense connection, Sam felt himself drawn to her in a way he had never experienced before. Their kisses, initially soft and exploratory, grew ever more passionate, each one a silent promise of the depth of their feelings. The universe faded away, leaving only the 2 of them under the canopy of stars. As they held each other close, the boundaries between them blurred, their hearts beating in a rhythm as ancient as the desert itself. In the intimacy of the swag, with the night sky as their only witness, their kisses deepened and their embrace tightened. There was a sense of something profound and beautiful unfolding between them, a connection that transcended the physical realm. Sam's heart swelled with emotion, a mix of awe, love, and an unspoken understanding that they were about to cross a threshold that would forever change the fabric of their relationship. As they lay lost in each other's arms, the world held its breath, the stars shining a little brighter, the night air a little warmer. In that moment it was as if the universe itself was conspiring to wrap them in a blanket of love and infinite possibility. Sam kissed her tenderly. Amira kissed him back, hungrily. With her eyes fixed on his, she whispered, "Make love with me." Chapter 67. The icy wind blew into his face. Sam opened his eyes to see the gorgeous sunrise like a straight rainbow against the flat black horizon. The first light of dawn seeped through the canvas of the swag, casting a gentle glow on the cozy interior. Sam, lying beside Amira. She was laying still, but he noticed her eyes were open, simply enjoying the view, while trying not to wake him. "Hey, you," she said, rolling to face him, a strand of hair lightly resting on her cheek. A smile filled his eyes as he gazed at her. "Good morning." Sam propped himself up on one elbow, gazing at Amira with a warmth that mirrored the rising sun. The quietude of the morning, the fresh scent of the earth, and the comforting presence of Amira beside him filled him with a profound sense of contentment. He reached out gently brushing the hair from her face, his touch light as a feather. A soft smile graced her lips, reflecting the tenderness in his eyes. Sam leaned in closer, closing the small distance between them. He kissed Amira softly, a kiss that spoke of the simplicity and depth of their bond. It was a gentle, lingering kiss. She pulled back. "Is this how you wake up whenever you go camping?" He shrugged. "It's the only way." "Is Tom a good kisser?" she asked, the tip of her tongue resting on the top row of her teeth in a teasing way. "I can't honestly vouch for him," Sam said, suppressing a small grin. "But I can say I thought it would be nice for you and me to take this trip on our own. Don't you?" "You'll get no arguments from me." She squeezed his hand, kissed his neck, followed by his mouth. "I had a good time last night." "Me too," he agreed. Sam squeezed her hand gently. Then, like a young man in love, he said, "I really like you, Amira. I don't know what you want with me long term, but I don't want this to end." She grinned, mutual agreement in her eyes. "I don't want it to end either." Changing the subject, Sam sat up. "Shall I make breakfast?" She shook her head. "No, let's eat after we land. I don't think I want to risk flying in that flying contraption again on a full stomach." "Suit yourself," he said, climbing out of the canvas. Within 15 minutes, both were dressed, the swag was rolled up and stored on the aircraft, and they were ready to get underway. Sam climbed into the cockpit and began the pre-flight checks. "Clear prop," he shouted to nobody, and turned the ignition key. The engine started immediately. Sam grinned. Then, talking into his headset's microphone, he said, "See, Amira, this aircraft's as reliable as they come." "Glad to hear." "Are you ready to go?" "Sure." "All right, here we go." Sam tightened his grip on the controls. He glanced back at Amira, who nodded back, her eyes reflecting the endless blue above them. Sam pushed the throttle forward, and the aircraft responded instantly, its propeller slicing through the hot, dry air. The plane juddered as it gathered speed, wheels bouncing slightly over the compacted sand. Sam kept a steady hand, guiding the machine with practiced ease. As the plane gained momentum, the sparse vegetation of the Sahara blurred into streaks of green and brown. Sam felt the moment the wheels relinquished their hold on the earth, and the aircraft soared upward, freed from the desert's grip. He briefly leveled out their ascent, allowing Amira and himself a sweeping view of the landscape as he banked due west. Behind them, Jadoo shrank rapidly. The settlement seemed like a mirage, an improbable splash of life in the endless sea of sand. Beyond Jadoo, the Sahara stretched out, dunes rippling into the horizon like waves frozen in time. As they gained altitude, the Air Mountains loomed in the distance, a majestic and rugged contrast to the smooth desert floor. Sam watched in awe as the morning light painted the landscape in a palette of oranges, reds, and purples, the mountains' craggy faces highlighted against the brighter desert. Amira's voice broke through his reverie, her words filled with the same wonder he felt. "So much space! So many different colors! Beautiful, isn't it?" "One of the best feelings in the world," Sam said, not sure if she meant flying in a small aircraft or the view. They flew northwest toward Algeria for a couple of hours in silence. Sam said, "Hey, this Super Piper has extended-range fuel tanks designed to help cover the vast distances of the Sahara, but even so, I only prepared for a short trip out to Jadoo and back." "What are you saying?" Amira asked. a slightly tense edge to her voice. Sam shrugged. We're going to run out of fuel before we reach Casar Dra. That seems bad. It will be fine. Really? Amira asked. How many times have you crashed a light aircraft? Several, to be honest, but we're not going to crash. I'm just letting you know we might want to find fuel before the crashing part becomes necessary. Great. What do you need from me? Sam unclipped his satellite phone from its little suction holder on the windshield and passed it back to her. Can you look through the maps and find a fuel station? Okay. Any sort of fuel in particular? No. This will run on the same sort of gasoline most people use in their cars. She began scrolling through the maps. The nearest one is a place called Tamanrasset. It's 120 miles from here. Can we make it? Sam regarded her. Sure, no problem. Have you got the coordinates? She inputted them into his phone and handed it back to him. It's all set. Thanks, he said, attaching it to its holder. He glanced at the compass heading, gently banked northwest, and headed toward Tamanrasset. Chapter 68. Tamanrasset shimmered in the midday heat, its modest structures dark dots in the surrounding desert. At the edge of the town, almost as if forgotten by time, stood a weathered fuel station. Faded paint peeled from the wooden sign above, and rust claimed the hinges of its sagging doors. Sand had made its way into everything, the station's battle against the encroaching desert, evident in the wind-swept drifts that banked against its walls. Sam taxied the Piper Super Cub onto the cracked asphalt adjacent to an old-fashioned pump, its dials faded and glass dusty. The station attendant, a wiry man with sun-worn skin and a keffiyeh wrapped around his head, ambled over, his gait as leisurely as the palm trees swaying in the distance. Bonjour, Sam greeted, his French tinged with an American accent. I need 12 gallons of your highest-octane fuel. The attendant nodded, eyeing the Piper with a blend of curiosity and admiration. For the plane, yes? We don't get many of those here. A smile crept into Sam's eyes. Well, she's thirsty after that long flight. They stretched their legs and grabbed a bite to eat from the fuel station. The attendant finished pumping and gave Sam the bill, along with the food. Fuel was incredibly cheap in Algeria, roughly 15 centimes per liter. Gasoline, like many other things in Algeria, was heavily subsidized. The government shared the country's oil and gas wealth with its citizens through subsidies. The official currency for Algeria was the Algerian dinar, DZD. The dinar was divided into 100 centimes. 14 centimes equals about 20 U.S. cents. Sam did the math. It was roughly the equivalent of 70 U.S. cents a gallon, making this the cheapest refueling of any flight he'd ever been on. Not bad. Sam reached into his pocket, pulling out a wad of Algerian dinar notes, their colorful greens, reds, browns, and blues vibrant against the muted shades of the desert. Counting the required amount, he handed them over, receiving a grateful nod in return. The process of refueling the Super Cub was a delicate one. The attendant handed Sam a funnel, and together they carefully poured the gasoline into the wing tanks, ensuring not a drop was wasted. The liquid shimmered as it flowed, its strong petrochemical odor perfuming the hot, arid air. With the tanks filled, Sam gave the attendant a grateful nod. Shukran. The man smiled broadly and without restraint, revealing a set of teeth stained by years of tobacco. Safe travels. The desert is vast, but she rewards the persistent. Sam and Amira climbed back into the Piper, firing up the engine. As he taxied away, the fuel station receded into the background, a small beacon of civilization in the heart of the Sahara. Chapter 69. The Piper Super Cub soared over the Tuat Desert, its shadow skimming across the undulating sands below. Sam gripped the yoke, his eyes narrowed against the sun's reflection off the blinding midday dunes. The map on his lap, wrinkled from frequent consultations, depicted an area of central Algeria that had remained a mystery to many for centuries. Amira leaned forward, scanning the horizon with a pair of binoculars. The shimmering heat made it difficult to differentiate between reality and mirage. "Casar Dra," she murmured, "the fortress that vanished into the sands." "According to legend, it should be here," Sam snorted. "Here. Somewhere." They flew in silence, the hum of the engines a pervasive sound. Hours seemed to blend, the monotony broken only by the occasional shift in the desert's color palette or the rare sight of a wandering camel. Suddenly, Amira's voice broke through the steady drone. "There! To the west!" Sam squinted, following her gaze, and then he saw it. Rising from the sands like remnants from a forgotten era, Casar Dra stood majestic and defiant. Time had worn its edges, but the ancient stronghold still displayed awe-inspiring grandeur. Its walls, built from sun-baked mud bricks, reflected the golden hues of the desert. Like Jadoo, this made it seem as if the structure was forged from the very sands it stood upon. From their vantage point, the history of Casar Dra unfolded. It was a place time had forgotten, silent witness to countless tales of trade, battles, and desert storms. Circling above, Sam could see the remains of ancient watchtowers, their silhouettes casting long shadows over the winding alleys below. The heart of the fortress revealed a central courtyard, now reclaimed by the desert, with only the tops of what might have once been bustling market stalls or communal gathering spaces peeking through. "It's magnificent," Amira whispered, her voice filled with reverence. "Yes." The weight of the moment pressed down on him. "A tribute to the people who built it, and the sands that tried to claim it." Amira's voice held a hint of melancholy. "Such beauty, lost for so long." Sam smiled, banking the Piper away from Casar Dra. Yet the image of the unexpected citadel, rising like a phoenix from the sands, remained etched in his mind. As Casar Dra receded, Sam began scanning the surrounding desert for a safe place to land. Spotting a relatively smooth and elongated sand dune, he made his decision. Adjusting the throttle to reduce speed, he initiated a gentle descent while maintaining a vigilant eye on the Piper's airspeed indicator. As they neared the dune's crest, he pulled back on the yoke, positioning the aircraft for a final approach. The winds above the desert surface were tricky, shifting and swirling, but Sam compensated for each gust. Experience had taught him to ensure the plane landed in alignment with the dune's peak. Just before touchdown, he executed a flare, raising the nose slightly to decrease the descent rate. The Super Cub's wheels kissed the soft sand with a muffled thud, skimming gracefully down the dune's gentle slope. Using the sand's natural resistance to aid braking, Sam brought the aircraft to a gentle stop. The engine's hum quieted to a soft purr before he cut it completely, leaving them enveloped in the soft wind and silence of the desert. Sam stared at the mighty walls of Casar Dra. "We're here." Amira nodded as she climbed down from the aircraft. "I just hope the third golem is, too." Chapter 70. Sam and Amira stood at the base of Casar Dra. The ancient fortress nestled in the heart of the Sahara in Algeria, its mud and rock brick walls once a formidable structure. The sun beat down on them, casting sharp shadows that played along the time-worn stones. Surrounding the entire fortification was a circular wall at its base that rose 6 feet and 6 inches above the crest of the nearby sand dunes. Behind this was the main fortress double wall. The external one was made of stones bound with clay. The internal one was made of clay only. The double wall provided extra security and would make it harder for outside forces to enter the building. Its circular design allowed surveillance of the dunes from all angles. There were a series of rooms on 3 levels that were built between the 2 walls, but without stairs. Sam assumed that the occupants once used ladders to go between the 3 levels. The 2 of them followed the natural curve of the circular stronghold, looking for the entrance. The access point was to the north. Sam carried a small backpack and a Serbu BFG-50A semi-automatic rifle, equipped with a 10-round magazine of 50 caliber BMG. If this golem was less friendly than the one currently on board the Tehila, he wanted to make damn certain he was carrying a weapon powerful enough to take it down. Amira asked, "Any idea what this was used for?" "Casar Dra?" "Yeah." "There are plenty of theories, but the most likely one that I've read is that it was a caravanserai toll." Amira thought about that for a moment. The term was common with Casars in North Africa, where a caravanserai referred to a building made up of a wall that enclosed a large courtyard with a portico and an oasis or nearby well. This was used to stop caravans from crossing the desert and thus put a limit on trade and allowed the controlling power to tax those coming through the area. Someone decided to tax the oasis? Most likely. This is one of more than 20 Casars, split roughly around a day's travel across the Sahara through Algeria. Each one is either next to or surrounding an oasis. If you want to prevent an army from crossing the Sahara, this would be an easy way to do it. Makes sense. Barbarians, then? Not necessarily. Mercenaries, yes. Barbarians, probably not. Why do you say that? Inside these structures, normally there would be rooms for travelers, allowing them to rest and recuperate. Some caravanserai had libraries, and thus it has been assumed that these areas also acted as cultural hotspots where ideas and beliefs could be shared or discussed. Many travelers from around the world will have stopped in Casars on their journey to the African trader centers. Interesting. They stopped at the northern entrance. It might have once held large wood doors, yet the years had now well and truly decomposed any wood, leaving only a gaping hole through the double walls. Finding an opening proved to be a challenge. The main gate, a once grand archway, was now partially crumbled, doors long gone. Sam led the way, his hand lightly touching the rough surface of the walls as they walked around the perimeter, searching for a way in. With a nod from Sam, they squeezed through an opening, stepping into the shadowed embrace of the Casar. Inside, the air was cooler, a welcome respite from the heat outside. They found themselves in a narrow alley, the walls rising high on either side, the sky a thin strip of blue above. With all sound muted, Sam was struck by the empty, tomb-like silence. They walked slowly, their footsteps echoing softly on the sand and stone ground. The passageway wound through the Casar, revealing courtyards that hinted at communal gatherings, and rooms that whispered of private lives. The center of the Casar was an open pavilion. They crossed the exposed section, leading to the eastern wall. Amira opened her husband's journal to glance at the drawing, which she'd memorized 100 times over during her research. She pointed to the second of the open stairwells. They never had stairs, but most archaeologists agree that the empty voids between the first, second, and third levels were scaled with ladders. Amira grinned. "This is it." "Are you sure?" Sam asked, his heart quickening its pace. "Uh-huh. Look at this indentation." She pointed to a marking at the back of the stone. It looked like someone had hit the stone wall with a rock or something, and it had chipped part of the mud masonry. "It's identical." Sam stared at the sketching in her husband's journal. A big grin formed on his parted lips. "You're right. This is it." Sam stepped inside. Amira's husband had gone to great lengths to explain how to unlock the secret underground chamber which led to the ancient king's tomb, and a golem made of pure orichalcum who was guarding the king. Sam was expecting to spend hours deciphering the clues. Instead, he stepped into the stairwell and saw a not-so-hidden trap-door leading underground. Sam lifted a finger to his lips to make sure Amira kept quiet. Somebody had been here. Worse, it looked like they had found the secret vault. It might have been accidental, but Sam wasn't willing to take that chance. He gripped the Serbu semi-automatic and handed Amira his Beretta just in case. Then, with him leading, they slowly descended into the hidden tomb of a great king. The staircase dropped more than 30 feet before leveling out into a long corridor. Sam and Amira slowly followed it to the end before it opened into a large chamber. He shined his flashlight toward the far end of the chamber. There he found a sarcophagus, which most likely housed the corpse of a master builder. On the stone flooring next to the tomb, he saw a golem. It was identical to the golem guard found at the Black Pyramid of Meroe. A single square of carved obsidian lay beneath the golem's feet, as if to remind the ancient sentinel where to stand. Kind of like the square on a chessboard marking the place for a chess piece. Sam fixed the beam of his flashlight on the sand-covered ground nearby. It was the first time he noticed something he wasn't really looking for. There were gentle, almost imperceptible grooves. He might have ignored them completely, but now that he examined them a little closer, it was clear there were several sets of human footprints in the shallow sand. At the far end of a second passageway, he then heard voices, followed by the flicker of a light. A moment later, noise from heavy machinery, including a jackhammer, began to fill the chamber. Someone was making a new entrance into the secret tomb, one big enough to bring a golem out through it. Amira frowned. "What is it?" Sam swore under his breath and muttered, "I don't believe it." "Believe what?" He shook his head. "It's happened again." "What has?" "The Relic Hunter has beaten us to the third golem." Chapter 71. Sam pulled Amira away. "What are you doing?" she asked. Sam whispered, "Saving your life." "What do you mean?" "The Relic Hunter must be down there. She has a team, and I can guarantee they're all skilled and armed." "So are we," she said, lifting her borrowed Beretta pugnaciously. "Yeah, but there's only 2 of us. By the look of those track marks, at least a dozen of them." Amira shrugged. "So we kill the Relic Hunter. It will be like taking off the head of a snake. Only in this case, someone else will take over the role of the Relic Hunter. Then immediately after, they kill us right back." Amira frowned. "So what would you have us do? Run away like cowards?" "Yes. Much better to be cowards than both end up dead. Sam sighed. Look, we don't have long. I didn't see their aircraft when we circled overhead and landed, ergo it must have gone back somewhere to refuel. As soon as it does, whoever's piloting it will spot the Piper Super Cub and know we're here. All right, what do you suggest? Sam said, first things first. We need to get in the air. Then I'll contact my team, tell them we have company. See if we can somehow track the Relic Hunter. She nodded. Okay. 15 minutes later, Sam and Amira were back at the Super Cub. Sam started the aircraft, taxied to the edge of the sand dune, and took off into the wind. He headed due south, climbing to 5,000 feet, hoping to avoid any incoming aircraft. 10 minutes later, at an altitude of 5,000 feet, Sam peered down, his gaze piercing through the vast expanse of blue. Below him and Amira, in the cockpit of their Piper Super Cub, 2 V-22 Osprey helicopters sliced through the air, their distinctive tilt-rotor design unmistakable even from that height. The Ospreys, with their rotors pivoted forward, moved with a grace that belied their powerful presence. They cut across the sky in a precise, disciplined formation. Sam cursed at their sight and hoped to hell they hadn't spotted him. Their cub was no match for the V-22 Ospreys. The mechanical birds, with their dual capabilities of vertical takeoff and high-speed horizontal flight, represented a marvel of aviation. They were a stark contrast to the simple yet reliable charm of their own Super Cub. Amira said, Are they that type of vertical takeoff military helicopters? The O-something? Bell, Boeing, V-22, Osprey. That's the one. Close, Sam said, nodding his head. Technically, the Osprey is a military aircraft. If I had to guess, these were the Leonardo AW609. They're the civilian version. Never heard of it. Neither has anyone else. Only military wanted to buy the multi-million-dollar machines. They're the same aircraft, just one is retained by the military and the other purchased mostly by rich psychopaths. Sam banked due west, changing his direction. He said, The damn things must be owned by the Relic Hunter. What are you going to do? Amira asked. I've turned. If we take a different route, we'll hopefully lose them. He quickly called Tom. It went through to his voicemail. Tom, Sam said, we're at Casar Dra in Algeria. We found the golem, but the Relic Hunter beat us to it. She has 2 V-22 Ospreys. I don't know if they've seen us, but if they have, they're not going to let us get very far. We need your help. Chapter 72. The Piper Super Cub's engine buzzed like a relentless bumblebee as Sam piloted the plane over Algeria's Saharan dunes. The undulating sands below painted a mesmerizing canvas of golden waves, casting shifting shadows under the blazing sun. Amira gripped the armrests, turned to look out of the window. Her eyes widened in alarm. Sam, we've got company, she cried out. From the horizon, a V-22 Osprey emerged, its dual rotors churning the air with powerful strokes, advancing at a speed that was impossible for their small Piper to match. They must have split up. One stayed at Casar Dra to retrieve the third golem, and the other appears to be hunting us. How did they find us? Amira said. I thought you changed direction. They must have tracked us on their radar, Sam muttered, glancing at the approaching Osprey through the rear-view mirror. The sun gleamed off its metal body, giving it an ominous, predatory appearance. Amira's eyes darted between the Piper's controls and the rapidly approaching aircraft. Can we escape? In a Super Cub. Sam gave a wry smile, though he wasn't feeling pleased or happy. Not a chance, he said. But maybe. His voice trailed off as his gaze fixed on a point in the distance. Following his gaze, Amira saw the rugged peaks of Mount Tahat, rising imposingly from the heart of the Hogar Mountains. "What are you thinking?" "We might not be able to outrun them," Sam said, banking the Piper towards the mountains. "But we can certainly try to outmaneuver them." Sam increased the throttle to full speed, and the Piper picked up its pace. As they neared the Hogar Mountains, the openness of the Sahara gave way to a rocky, unpredictable landscape. Sam skillfully guided the Piper through the narrowing confines of the mountainous terrain, using every bit of his flying experience. The Super Cub, despite its age, responded gracefully, darting in and out of narrow gorges and valleys. The Osprey, though fast and powerful, struggled to keep pace in the tricky terrain. Its bulk and larger frame weren't designed for tight maneuvers. Sam realized that the pilot was hesitant, aware of the risks of navigating such treacherous confines. Amira held her breath as Sam took them through an especially narrow pass, the wingtips of the Piper perilously close to scraping the rocky walls on either side. As they emerged, she dared to glance back. The Osprey, having attempted the same maneuver, had momentarily stalled, the pilot forced to hover and reposition. "We'll keep heading toward the peak," Sam instructed, his voice steely. "Mount Tahat has many secrets. Let's hope one of them can be our hiding place." The chase lasted for what felt like hours, but could have only been a few minutes. Any longer than that, and they would have been shot out of the air. Sam said, "Grab the Serbu in the back, aim, and start firing at them." "You think it will make a difference?" "Not a chance in hell. Aim for the cockpit. You might get lucky and hit the pilot." Amira said, "If I see the Relic Hunter, I'd like to put a bullet in her head. But failing that, I'll try and take out the pilot." "Anything you can do to distract the pilot will help." Sam began to dive, using gravity to pick up their airspeed as they approached the tight valley that entered the Hogar Mountains. The chase continued inside the mountain range, the Piper weaving, diving, and climbing, using the mountain's rugged terrain as a shield. As the sun began to dip, casting the mountains in a crimson hue, Sam spotted a small plateau, hidden from plain sight by the jagged rock formations around it. It was no more than 80 feet long. He would never even contemplate trying to land on it under any other circumstances. Skillfully he flew through the valley. The Osprey circled around the gorge, racing to meet them at the other end of the valley. Sam swore and wished he'd landed on the narrow plateau. At the far end of the valley, Sam came out and banked to the right. The Osprey was right there, racing to greet him. He pulled back on the yoke. The Super Cub rose straight upward like a balloon filled with helium gas. It soared above the Osprey, narrowly missing it. Sam shouted, "Hang on, Amira. I'm going to go around again and try and land on that outcrop inside the valley." "You're kidding." The Osprey opened fire. "They're trying to kill us," she screamed. Above the roar of machine gun fire, Sam yelled, "I have to put this thing down somewhere before they do." "Then do it." Sam brought the Super Cub around, lined up for the narrow valley, and entered it for the second time in a matter of minutes. He extended the flaps to 50 degrees. They acted like an air brake, and the Piper slowed as she tried to climb. Sam eased back on the throttle. Up ahead, the rocky ledge came into view. He lined up the wheels and dropped down on top of it. Lifting the nose just enough to flare, he placed the front wheels of the tail dragger down with surgical precision. Then he jammed on the brakes. The Piper skidded to a stop, leaving just 6 feet before the edge of the cliff and a 600-foot drop. Sam reached into the back section of the aircraft and grabbed the Serbu semi-automatic rifle. Within seconds, he and Amira leaped out. Amira looked at him. "What are you thinking?" Sam looked determined. "If that pilot is dumb enough to try following us into this valley, I'm going to make damn sure I put a round of 50 BMG right through his cockpit. They both crouched between two boulders, Sam staring through the scope of the rifle. If he got a chance to take a shot, he was going to do his best to make sure he didn't waste it. A few minutes later, the distant hum of the Osprey's rotors faded as it continued its search, now misled by the maze of the Hagar Mountains, its confused pilots probably assuming that the Piper had crashed into the side of the mountains. "We did it!" Amira whispered, her face flushed with adrenaline. "What a landing!" Sam shot her a fierce grin, glancing at the Piper with gratitude. "Told you she was special?" Chapter 73. They waited nearly 2 hours. The Osprey never returned. Sam said, "Shall we go?" Amira looked at the edge of the cliff. "Do we have to?" He shrugged. "It's all right. She'll be fine. We might lose some serious altitude, but we've got plenty. It'll be all right." She stared at the front wheels of the Piper, where they fell short of the cliff by just 6 feet. "What do we do from here? I mean, obviously you can't take off in that distance." "No, I'm going to need your help to push the Piper backward, all the way until we reach the very back of this ledge. That should give us nearly 80 feet to take off in." "What's the normal takeoff distance?" "The flight manual says 250. 250? Her voice raised sharply. Sam shrugged. "I wouldn't worry about it. The flight manual always errs on the side of caution." Amira glanced down at the edge of the cliff. "Yeah, well, we're a long way from caution right now." "Indeed we are." Together they pushed the Piper Super Cub all the way back to the beginning of the ledge. Amira stared at him, her brow furrowed with worry. Sam said, "There's no time like the present." Amira said, "Sure, but do I have to join you?" Sam shrugged. His eyes glanced toward the vertical cliff, back to Amira. "You're welcome to climb down from this mountaintop. I'll pick you up on one of those sand dunes nearby." She glanced once more at the cliff. It was vertical, seemingly without any holds for even an expert rock climber to descend. She closed her eyes, drew a breath, and exhaled. "All right, I'll take my chances, and you'd better be as good a pilot as you make yourself out to be." "I am," Sam snickered. "I'd bet my life on it," he quipped. One by one, they clambered back into the Super Cub. Sam flicked the switch, and the propeller began to turn. He double-checked the flaps were set to full, glanced over his shoulder to meet Amira's gaze, and said, "In case I didn't say it before, you're wonderful, Amira." She looked at him, pressed her lips together. "You're pretty special, too, Sam," she said. "Don't get us killed." With that, Sam turned back. He kept his feet on the brakes and pushed the throttle all the way forward. When he didn't think he could hold the plane back much longer and it was full throttle, he let go. The speed picked up quickly, but nowhere near enough. Sam felt the lightest of pressure on the yoke, telling him the aircraft wanted to climb. They reached the edge of the ledge. He didn't pull back on the yoke. At those speeds it would have achieved no purpose, other than to cause an immediate stall and their fatal crash. Instead, he gently pushed the yoke forward, dropping the nose of the aircraft. Then it began to rapidly pick up airspeed. It was like going downward from the top of a roller coaster. By the time they neared the ground, they were racing along. His airspeed was 30 miles faster than the recommended takeoff speed. Sam slowly began their climb, heading out toward the Sahara once more. Mount Tahat, standing as an imposing sentinel behind them, receded in their wake. The engine of the Piper Super Cub hummed steadily, slicing through the Saharan winds of Algeria. Below, the expansive desert stretched out, a tapestry of gold and amber dunes. Sam's hands danced over the controls with practiced ease, his eyes scanning the horizon. It was all going to be okay. They had lost the Relic Hunter and the third golem, but they had gotten away and had managed to keep their lives. Behind him, Amira jerked upright, her voice edged with panic. "Sam, incoming!" From the distant haze, a V-22 Osprey emerged, closing in with predatory speed. As it neared, the unmistakable staccato of gunfire pierced the air. Bullets zipped past, kicking up sand below and leaving smoky trails in their wake. Sam's face turned steely. "Hang on!" He banked the Piper sharply to the left, dodging another spray of bullets. "I thought you said we can't outrun that Osprey," Amira shouted over the roar of the engine and gunfire. Sam glanced towards the imposing peaks of Mount Tahat in the Hogar Mountains. "We're going to have to return to the mountains." The rugged terrain of the peaks loomed. Sam pushed the Piper to its limits, diving into canyons and soaring up near vertical cliff faces. The Osprey's pilot was relentless, the roar of its rotors echoing ominously behind them. Yet for all its power, the Osprey struggled to match the nimble agility of the smaller aircraft in the tight confines of the desert Alps. "We have to lose them," Amira urged, glancing back at the pursuing Osprey. "Agreed." Spotting a slender passage between two colossal rock formations, Sam's eyes narrowed. "Hold on tight." With a daring maneuver, he angled the Piper almost sideways, using the rudder to maintain direction. The wings narrowly missed scraping the jagged rock walls as they shot out of the other side. The sudden silence on the other side of the peak was only broken by their ragged breaths. "We did it!" Amira exhaled, looking back. The Osprey, simply too large for the narrow cleft, had been forced to pull up. Now it was just a dot against the setting sun. "We lost them!" "I sure hope so." Amira grinned, her relief evident. "That was some flying, Sam!" Before Sam could respond, Amira's face contorted in confusion. "What's that?" Sam's heart sank as he glanced over. A dark liquid was seeping from the wing, glistening in the dying light. "Damn it," he muttered. "They hit our fuel tank." Amira's face paled. "Are we—" "We're leaking fuel, and fast," Sam confirmed, recalculating their situation. "We need to find a place to land again, right now." Chapter 74. The Piper Super Cub's engine began to sputter. Each cough of the engine was like a dagger in Sam's heart. The vast expanse of the Hogar Mountains lay beneath them, the sun casting shadows over the rough terrain. Amira's knuckles turned white as she gripped the sides of her seat. "How much farther can we go?" Sam shook his head, listening intently to the weakening purr of the engine. "Not far. We're running on fumes." With a sense of foreboding, they watched the fuel gauge needle dip perilously close to empty. The vast wilderness of the Sahara stretched out in every direction, offering no respite, no safe haven. As the Piper's engine let out a final groan and fell silent, all that remained was the sound of the wind rushing past and the beating of their anxious hearts. Sam dipped the nose of the aircraft to keep it at 55 miles per hour. This would maximize its glide and prevent it from stalling. Without the engine's power, they were no longer in an airplane. They were in a glider. "So, now we crash?" Amira asked. "We aren't going to crash," Sam reassured her, studying the terrain. "When an aircraft's engine dies and won't restart, the next step is an emergency landing. There are 3 types of off-airport landings. First are precautionary landings. These are made with power if you anticipate an emergency. Secondly, when you have a dead engine and make a forced landing, which is what we're going to do. The last is ditching, which is forced landing, but into water. I see, Amira said, but Sam heard a nervous tremor in her voice. Statistically, people survive forced landings. He turned to look at her. We are going to be fine. You see, right now we're at 6,000 feet. The Cub can glide about a mile for every 1,000 feet of altitude, so we'll be airborne for another 6 miles. He reassured her. That leaves us plenty of time to locate a good place to land. Okay. Amira was scared witless, and she decided to hide her fears with humor. But Sam, people keep shooting at you. Tell me, do you always have this much trouble making friends wherever you go? Recognizing that Amira was trying to lighten the situation, Sam chuckled. Afraid so. Stick with me and we'll find all the best people. It seems that I'm a bad guy magnet. The entire time he spoke, he was searching for a gap in the mountain so he could safely get the Piper's Super Cub out into the desert and onto the ground. He finally spotted a slit that the little aircraft could slip through. Smiling, he flew through the gap and out into the vast Saharan desert. Sam's gaze darted back and forth below, desperately searching for a spot to land. The rugged terrain was a mosaic of jagged peaks, deep canyons, and treacherous cliffs. Every potential landing spot seemed to be fraught with danger. The Piper Super Cub now glided silently above the sea of sand. Sam's heart pounded in his chest as he scanned the endless expanse. He took a deep breath, steadying his nerves. Sam knew he had to make every decision count. He surveyed the terrain, his eyes locking onto a large, relatively smooth sand dune. It wasn't ideal, but it was their best chance. With calm, practiced precision, Sam began to set up for the landing. He reduced his airspeed and set the flaps, allowing the aircraft to descend gradually. The dune approached quickly, its vastness becoming more daunting as they neared. Sam's hands moved with purpose, adjusting the flaps to maintain the glide speed. The Super Cub responded obediently, its nose pointed steadily toward the horizon. As the ground grew closer, Sam extended the flaps all the way. The high-lift devices moved into position with a familiar mechanical clunk, altering the aircraft's aerodynamics by increasing drag and further reducing their speed for the crucial moments ahead. He checked his airspeed indicator one last time, ensuring he was in the right speed range for landing. The top of the dune was now directly beneath them. Sam pulled back slightly on the yoke, raising the nose of the Super Cub, flaring just before touchdown. Just as the wheels were about to graze the sand, Sam pulled back further on the yoke, flaring the aircraft more aggressively. The Super Cub's wheels kissed the sand dune gently. The plane rolled forward a few feet, then came to a stop, nestled safely in the embrace of the desert. Sam unclipped his belt and turned to face Amira. Are you okay? Chapter 75. A stray bullet had ripped through the satellite phone. Sam picked up the damaged device. He pressed the on button. Nothing happened. Not that he expected it to. Half its electronic insides were sprayed across the windshield. He frowned. Well, that's going to make things a whole lot more difficult. Nobody will be able to find us now. It's all right, Sam said, making a show of pressing a button on his wristwatch. I have a personal locator beacon built in. Amira studied him with a mixture of morbid fascination and awe. Her lips pressed together. You need rescuing often? Sam shrugged. From time to time. And you just press that button, and someone usually comes with their helicopter to pick you up? Usually. That's good. So we're going to be okay? Yeah, we're going to be okay. Let's go get the water container, though. Out here, as you know, you die of dehydration and heat exposure very quickly. Amira glanced at the large water container behind her. She picked it up. It was lighter than she remembered. Several holes had ripped through its plastic. With a screech of shock that drew Sam's attention, she quickly tried to plug each one with anything she could find. But by the time she'd gotten around to ripping off her shirt to prevent the water leaking, she realized the container was already empty. She put her shirt back on. "How long do you think it will take Tom and Genevieve to locate us?" Sam made a face, attempting to remain calm. 1, maybe 2 hours, Amira said. "That's not too bad. We should be able to survive that long." Sam said, "Days. 1, maybe 2 days." Amira looked at him, gave him that sort of long, honest look. "We're going to die here, aren't we?" Sam lifted a shoulder in a shrug. "Yeah." They embraced for a long minute or two. Then Sam stepped back. "Come on, let's go." "Where?" Sam stared at the distinctive narrow slot canyon that pierced the heart of the mountain range. Most likely an ancient trade route used by local nomads and travelers for centuries. It would almost certainly provide some means of shelter and water, or a nice place to lay down and die. Sam said, "Back into that mountain range. If I'm going to die of thirst, I'd rather at least search for water or a hidden well. That mountain is our only hope." "Hope is good. I don't want to die." "I don't want you to die," Sam said. "We'll need to keep moving. Rest during the day, walk through the night. We need to reach shelter before the sun comes up. Otherwise, we'll bake under the scorching Saharan sun." As planned, they walked through the night. It was utterly ridiculous. It had taken them a matter of minutes to fly from the mountains to where they had made their forced landing. Sam refused to use the term crash. Now the giant mountain stood like a mirage that never seemed to get any closer. Their energy was badly wasted with each giant sand dune, which rose and fell some 70 feet at a time. In the morning, the sun came up, and the mercury rose along with it. Sam knew they were in trouble. There was a valley up ahead. He kept telling himself if they could make it there, they might find water, a well, or even a local nomad who might offer help. But the new day was even hotter than the last. Sam found the effort of each step to be getting exponentially more difficult. His mouth was dry, his head hurt, and he noticed sweat no longer formed on his skin. His vision started to become blurry. He was entering the later stages of dehydration. Amira, with her darker skin and genetic history in North Africa, was faring much better than he was. Sam pictured Tom offering him a bottle of water. Tom said, "Hey, Sam, you look like you could use this." Sam reached out to grab the bottle. Tom turned the bottle upside down and watched the water pour onto the sand. "Oh, sorry, Sam. I didn't realize you wanted any." Sam moaned and walked steadily toward the vision of Tom, even though in the back of his mind he knew it was nothing more than a hallucination. "You could always lick the sand, I guess," Tom suggested. Sam leaned down. His nose hurt. Amira was rolling him on his side and patting him on his back. He felt her fingers in his mouth, wiping away the sand. Sam blinked. "What happened?" "You tripped, and by the time I got to you, you seemed to be intent on eating dry sand." "Sorry. I'm okay. I must have been hallucinating." Amira held his head in her lap. "It's all right. We tried our best." Somewhere in the vague distance, Sam heard an almost buzzing sound. If it wasn't so far away, he would have thought it was a bee or an insect of some sort. But there was too much power in it, given its distance, for it to be so small, and too familiar, too. It was a helicopter, that was for sure. Even in his half-delirious state, he recognized that sound. Amira patted him on his chest. "Sam, wake up! Here comes the cavalry!" Sam cocked his head, listening to the distinct whoop-whoop sound of distant helicopters. He shook his head. "Those aren't ours." "Really?" She looked perplexed. "How can you tell?" "Genevieve would be flying a Eurocopter." "And that?" "That is the sound of 2 Osprey helicopters." Amira's eyes watched as the first of the twin helicopters hovered near the plane's wreck, before its pilot, having spotted their trail in the sands, turned directly toward them. "What does that mean?" Sam gasped, "Run!" Chapter 76. Sam's breath came in short, ragged gulps as he tried to fill his lungs. His heart hammered in his chest. Driven by a short burst of adrenaline, he came alive just long enough to spring the final few hundred feet across the vast undulating dunes of the desert. Beside him, Amira, her dark hair whipping wildly in the wind, matched his pace stride for stride. Behind them, the menacing drone of the V-22 Osprey grew louder, a sinister symphony that spelled their potential doom. It was only a few hundred feet. They made a last-ditch effort to win a sprint, not a marathon. Up ahead was a wall, or what certainly appeared to be impenetrable rock. Even if they reached it, how would they get through to the canyon? Sam's legs burned with exertion. His lungs screamed for air. Yet he pushed on, driven by the primal instinct of survival. The ospreys were relentless hunters. Sam heard the distinctive electronic sound of the osprey's retractable weapons system deploy from its underbelly. The weapon system used 2 turrets, a gun turret with a 7.62 millimeter minigun and a FLIR forward-looking infrared-type sight turret in front of it. The system was manipulated through a display and a PlayStation type of hand controller. Its retractable weapons system, now fully lowered, were a clear indication of the intentions of those inside. Sam dared a glance over his shoulder and saw the barrels of the machine gun swivel ominously in their direction. His lungs were burning, his heart pounded in his chest. It was a frenzied drumbeat echoing the terror of the moment. "Jump!" Sam yelled, his voice almost lost in the roar of the helicopter's engines. In a moment that seemed suspended in time, they leaped off the edge of the towering sand dune. The world tilted, the sky and the sand merging into a dizzying whirl of color and motion. As they flew through the air, the deafening chatter of the machine gun erupted behind them, spitting death. The 6-barrel rotary machine gun fired 7.62 by 51 millimeter NATO shots at a rate of 6,000 rounds per minute, slicing into the mountain ahead of them. Shrapnel made of sand, rock, and mud blasted everywhere. The rounds exploded into the mountain, cracking open a rock wall. Sam and Amira landed heavily, rolling down the dune slope, a cloud of sand rising around them. The Osprey's gunfire tore into the wall of the valley beside them, the bullets carving out chunks of rock and sand in a furious dance of destruction. And then, as the dust settled, an astonishing sight revealed itself. The relentless gunfire had unearthed something hidden for centuries, an ancient nomadic sanctuary, an entrance now exposed by the violence that sought to claim their lives. It appeared to be a stronghold that once guarded the ancient trade route. Without a word, Sam and Amira scrambled toward the opening, their bodies pushed to the limit. They clambered inside the darkened refuge, their hearts pounding not just from the exertion, but from the miraculous turn of fate that had granted them a momentary reprieve. Inside the stronghold, the cool darkness enveloped them, a stark contrast to the bright, harsh world outside. There were several passages leading deeper into the mountain. A sudden flash of firing bullets punched through a wall before them. The machine gun ripped through the next set of rooms, showing that although they were concealed, they were far from safe. There was a tunnel that appeared to head east, deeper into the mountain. Sam shouted, "Let's take that passage!" Together they ran deeper into the stronghold. Outside, 2 V-22 Ospreys hovered in unison like a pair of cats waiting outside a mouse hole. Predators on the hunt. Chapter 77. Sam flicked on his Zippo lighter. The small flame danced around, flickering light and shadows across the mud and rock brick walls. They were in the storage section of a large cave, like the bottom of a rabbit warren. There were the remnants of what might have possibly been supplies, long since turned to dust. It may just be the only place they were safe, but just until the Relic Hunter realized they were trapped and decided to send a team in to come get them. By the looks of things, the majority of this hidden fortress was constructed close to the edge of the mountain's facade. That meant that wherever they went, they were going to be vulnerable to the Ospreys. Amira said, "What is this place?" "Another sort of Casar, I presume. Some sort of nomadic stronghold that once guarded the only access to the trade route." Outside, the powerful 6-barrel rotary machine gun kept shooting, hard at work. Rock and sand began falling into the chamber around them. Her face hardened. "How long do you think we can stay here?" "Not long. I feel like we're taking cover at a beach in a sand castle. It's no match for the Osprey's superior weaponry." "Where do you want to go?" Sam glanced up at an opening in the ceiling. Gaps carved into the stone wall formed a sort of makeshift ladder. "Let's see where that goes. If this was a place of shelter and protection, maybe we can find something useful to fight with, or at least somewhere better to take refuge." "Agreed." Sam closed his Zippo lighter, thankful that he'd made the decision to take it with him from the Piper. There was always the possibility that he needed to start a fire to signal someone for help. He put it back in his pants pocket and climbed the stone ladder by feel. The ladder opened to another storage section, which fed into another ladder and a third room. He clicked his lighter again. Several rooms fed off this chamber in a sort of higgledy-piggledy manner. He consulted the compass on his watch. All the passageways seemed to take them farther east. There was no light, which suggested no windows, so theoretically their attackers couldn't see where they were hiding. All the same, they might be walking close to the surface of the mountain. A lucky shot by the Ospreys might easily pierce the mud brick walls and kill them. "We must be getting close to the mountain's face," Amira said, echoing his thoughts. "That's exactly what I was thinking," Sam said. "Come on, let's keep moving." They climbed another 2 ladders and reached the top of the citadel. No more ladders. Sam flicked on his lighter again, the small flame casting a warm glow in the dim chamber. As the light flickered across the ancient walls, it revealed the imposing shapes of several large cannons, and even more sealed wooden barrels. He cursed with surprise and closed his lighter. "This place is full of gunpowder," Amira said. "It looks old. Any chance the powder is still explosive?" "Probably not, but let's not take the chance." "I agree." Amira switched on the flashlight from her own phone. Sam suppressed a grin. "You got your phone?" "Yeah, why?" "I've been using my lighter all this time." Amira shrugged. "I assumed your smartwatch would have a flashlight attached to it." Sam turned to his watch and chuckled. "So it does." Amira walked around the cannons. Sam's eyes widened in awe at the cannons, cast in bronze. They loomed large in the confined space. The wide bores designed to launch heavy cannonballs spoke of battles long past. Intricate engravings adorned their surfaces, with inscriptions in Turkish that hinted at their origins. Among these markings, the crescent moon and star motifs stood out, unmistakably linking the cannons to the Ottoman Empire. There were 6 in total. Sam pictured them all lined out across the canyon floor. They would have been deadly once. He wondered if they might still be. Amira asked, "Where the hell did these come from?" "The Ottoman Empire, circa 1500s, I imagine, back when the French decided to invade Algeria. My guess is that nomads managed to steal them somewhere along the line and built a stronghold here." Sam continued to study the cannons. They were mounted on sturdy wooden carriages. Sam noted the reinforced breeches, necessary to withstand the explosive force of gunpowder. It revealed the advanced metallurgical skills and military engineering of the era. Interesting history. Now, what are we going to do about those ospreys? Sam stared at the 6 cannons, each lined up in a row. Suddenly, he grinned like a child who'd found his parents' fireworks and was contemplating something particularly naughty. Amira traced his gaze. "Oh, no. You've got to be kidding me." Sam said, "Oh, yes." "No." "We have no weapons, and the men in those choppers will eventually get in. We're trapped here. I think this is our only chance." Amira shook her head. "You want to try shooting 2 helicopters out of the sky with God knows how old cannons, loaded with gunpowder that was already centuries old when Napoleon led his campaign through Europe." Sam grinned. "That just about sums it up." "You're insane." 6 shots, Sam said. "I calculate a 17% chance that one of them will fire." Chapter 78. In the dim confines of the ancient stronghold, Sam and Amira worked feverishly to load the old Ottoman cannons. The weight of the cannonballs surprised them as they pushed and pulled. Their hands moved with a sense of urgency, guided more by instinct than experience. The smell of gunpowder filled the air. Clouds of centuries-old dust, disturbed by their frantic activity, stung their eyes and filled their nostrils. Struggling with the wooden gun ports, they realized with frustration that they were sealed shut. The wood had fused with mud that had hardened over time. Outside, the menacing drone of the 2 V-22 Ospreys circling overhead was a constant reminder of the danger they faced. Determined, Sam and Amira managed to set up all 6 cannons, aiming them at the helos through the narrow slits of the gun ports as best they could. With a shared nod, they lit the fuses. Much to their dismay, the first few cannons remained silent, their charges failing to ignite. But then the last cannon roared to life. Its explosive discharge shook the mud and stone floor and walls. The cannonball flew outward, a desperate attempt at defense. Sam's heart sank as he watched it miss the helicopter, disappearing into the desert sky. Driven by a mix of hope and desperation, without hesitation, he reloaded the cannon, his movements now more precise. Lighting the fuse again, he waited. Then suddenly, to his shock and surprise, he heard a deafening boom. A moment later, he shut his eyes from a blinding light as the Osprey erupted into a fireball. Its tangled wreckage fell to the sand below. Cheering, Sam and Amira rushed to the gunport, peering out into the bright desert light. The second Osprey quickly retreated into the desert. Amira screamed with joy. She threw her arms around Sam and kissed him. "We did it!" "Yeah, we did," Sam said proudly. His eyes looked at the cannon they had just fired. A moment later, he saw something that didn't make sense. The Ottoman relic had a long fuse, but it had stopped burning a good 6 inches short of the cannon. He frowned. "That cannon didn't fire." A puzzled smile creased Amira's soft lips. If we didn't shoot that helicopter down, then who did? That would be me. Sam turned to greet a voice he recognized well. Genevieve, Sam beamed. Are we sure glad to see you? She had abseiled down from above into the fortress. Her figure was outlined against the smoldering wreckage of the downed helicopter. Slung over her shoulder was a FIM-92 Stinger, a passive surface-to-air missile that could be shoulder-fired by a single operator. Don't get too excited, Genevieve said. I shot down one of the Ospreys, but the second one got away. It was carrying something large underneath in a type of cradle. Sam said, It would have been the third golem. Amira swore. Which means the Relic Hunter got away. Again! Chapter 79. On board the Tehila, Mediterranean Sea. Sam looked at the golem standing like a sentinel at the edge of the round table. He glanced at Veyron. I thought I said to put that thing in the storage hold. I did, Veyron said. It just keeps coming out here. Right. Sam's eyes narrowed, staring at the strange creature, then glanced back at Veyron. Has it said anything to you? Nothing. I haven't even seen it move. It's like it just wakes up in the middle of the night and decides it needs a change of scenery. All the more advantageous toward finding something or someone to protect. Strange, and a little creepy, to be honest. Sam tilted his head toward the golem. You like it here better, do you? The golem remained perfectly still and silent. Sam shook his head. I'm talking to a statue. All right, you can stay here. Don't make any trouble and don't break anything. Veyron said, If it wasn't for the fact the golem pulled Caliburn's bacon from out of the fire, I wouldn't let it stay on board. Anything that risks its life to save that dog must be on the good side of whatever battle we're currently fighting. Sam's head tilted. That's what I keep telling myself, too. Elise stepped into the mission room. She looked at Sam, a warm smile on her lips. Oh, you're awake. How are you feeling? I'm okay. I was virtually passed out the entire flight. Woke up twice to drink until I thought I was going to burst, but then rolled over and went back to sleep like the dead again. Elise frowned at the metaphor. She looked like she might say something about it, but then thought she was wasting her time. Instead, she asked, With the third golem lost, now what are your plans? I'm going to find the Midas Vault. It's the only lead I have to the Relic Hunter. Besides, I must find out what Professor Legrand was involved in, and why it got so many people killed. Have you got any plans? Not much. It would be good to discover where that gold bar the professor was using as a doorstop came from. You want a hand? From you? Elise hitched a shoulder. Yeah. Sure. You know anything about gold? Not a thing. That makes two of us. Elise opened her laptop. Any idea what we're looking for? Sam said, The professor was using the Midas Vault to produce gold, or more specifically, to retrieve it from the ground. Ergo, he needed somewhere rich in gold, even if it were difficult to reach. And presumably he had found such a place in the Czech Republic? I guess so. I can't think of another reason for him to be living there. Elise asked, What makes you so certain he actually found the Midas Vault? Two things. Sam held up the first finger. One, just look at the body count. Nobody kills that many people over a hoax or a conspiracy, even a very fantastical one. Agreed. And two, that solid gold bar proved it. He might have purchased that gold bar. Maybe. But Legrand was a professor of archaeology. Despite what Indiana Jones and all those archaeology thrillers might have you believe, archaeology doesn't pay. Nobody's getting rich researching the past. She arched her eyes at him. Really? Sam shrugged. My money came from the family business. I just kind of got lucky with the other stuff. Right. So, working on the assumption that Legrand was somehow using the Midas Vault to mine in Czech, let's work out where that might have possibly been. She typed a couple quick Google searches. Gold mines, Czech Republic. Where to find gold? Czech. Elise said, The Makersko mine is one of the largest gold mines in Czech Republic and in the world. It's located in the central Bohemian region and has an estimated reserve of 3.2 million ounces of gold. He wasn't mining there. Why not? The Midas Vault could draw gold out of places where it was difficult to mine gold. We need to search for somewhere less visible, somewhere nobody would notice. So we're looking for geologic indicators of gold fields. That sounds like a plan. Elise pressed her lips together. You want to do a Google search that tells you where to find large amounts of easily accessible gold. That would help. You and everyone else in the world. All right, just give me the basics. What are we looking for? Gold has several telltale signs, Elise said. For example, there are often color changes on the surface or nearby, where acidic mineral solutions have bleached the area rocks to a lighter color. This is known as gaussans, and can be an indicator of gold, kind of signposts that point to what lies beneath the surface. Gaussans are exceedingly ferruginous rock, which is the product of oxidation by weathering and leaching of sulfide mineralization. Okay, what else are we looking for? Sam said. Or more importantly, would the professor have looked for when he first attempted to locate the Midas Vault? Not all gold veins produce much quartz. Gold-bearing veins can consist of calcite or mostly sulfides, which often weather into iron-stained spots when the pyrites convert to iron oxides. Large amounts of iron oxides like hematite, magnetite, and ironstone can be favorable indicators. I doubt he would have been able to find much knowing that. What else? There's something called quartz vein matter accumulations, which is, at times, small accumulations of quartz vein material can indicate mineralization in the area. This is a very common indicator. What about rock types? Productive rock types comes and goes out of fashion in geology circles. Sam grinned. There's such a thing as geology circles? Sure. What's the concept? Favorable host rocks are an important one, but the types of rocks which constitute favorable can vary a lot from one location to another and can be significantly different. Elise said, for example, in Czechia, many quartz veins and other hard rock gold deposits occur in zones along faults or at the contact of two different types of rock. Interesting. Then we have the topography of gold. Go on. As a general concept, coarser gold does tend to hang up farther upstream. In the deserts, most of the residual placers form in areas with moderate to flat slopes. Elise said, Anything else you want to know? Sam picked up his solid gold bar. I need to find someone who can tell me where this gold came from. Elise nodded. To do that, you'd better talk to a goldsmith. Chapter 80. Florence, Italy. Sam strolled through the cobbled streets of Florence, the late afternoon sun casting warm, mellow light over the city. The vibrant hues of the Renaissance buildings, washed in terracotta and ochre, stood proudly against the azure sky. He walked, his footsteps echoing softly, past bustling cafes where the rich aroma of freshly brewed espresso mingled with the scent of warm baked pastries, enticing him to linger. The streets were alive with the chatter of tourists and the melodic cadence of Italian conversations. Sam paused to admire a street artist skillfully capturing the essence of the Duomo, its magnificent dome dominating the skyline. The intricate details of the cathedral, with its marbles in shades of pink, white, and green, were striking. As he ventured deeper into the heart of the city, the modern chatter gave way to a more serene ambiance. He passed by small artisan shops, each displaying an array of handcrafted goods, from leather-bound journals to delicate lace. The subtle clinking of tools against metal drew his attention to a narrow alley adorned with hanging ivy. This was it. Sam turned down the alley, his senses heightened by the transition from the bustling streets to this secluded pathway. The smell of old stone combined with the faint scent of olive oil from a nearby trattoria. Yet he was particularly aware of the faint metallic scent of gold and copper as he approached a small, unassuming workshop. Above it was an elegantly carved wooden sign that read, Maestro Gabriele Moretti, Orafo. Pushing open the heavy wooden door, he was greeted by the background sound of classical music and a warm, inviting light that spilled out onto the street. Inside, the workshop was a treasure trove of goldsmithing tools and unfinished pieces, each telling a story of meticulous craftsmanship. Sam took a deep breath, taking in the unique blend of beeswax, polished metal, and aged wood that filled the air. An elderly man in his 80s looked up from his work. Buongiorno. May I help you? Buongiorno, Sam said. You must be Gabriele. No, the man replied. My name is Carlo. Gabriele was my grandfather. My father apprenticed to him, as I was to my father. But alas, my daughter Gisela and her son Alonso had no intention in following the family craft. I'm sorry, Sam said, with a bemused smile. Kids can be trying at times. Indeed. Carlo turned to face him. My apologies. What can I do for you? We spoke on the phone. I'm looking for some information about the location of large gold deposits. Right, the prospector. Carlo eyed him. An equally bemused smile flickered on his face. The American tourist. Actually, a friend of mine was murdered because of his large discovery of gold. Carlo's attitude toward him changed immediately. I'm very sorry for your loss. You said you're looking for some information about gold deposits. That's right, Sam said. My friend found a large deposit of gold, or more accurately, a means of extracting gold in a very efficient way. Have you ever heard of the Midas Vault? Carlo's disapproving tone returned. He waved a dismissive hand and said, Midas was a myth, nothing more. A few weeks ago, I would have agreed with you, but then renowned archaeologist Professor Leonardo Legrand was murdered over it. Gold, Carlo shook his head disapprovingly. It makes normal people become insane. He appeared to be prepared to argue the point, then paused. Likely he considered it was bad manners to debate the truth of the dead. Instead, he said, I am very sorry for your loss. What can I do to help? Does gold have some kind of fingerprint? Sam asked. Something that tells us where it came from? Carlo nodded. Ah, you're referring to something like DNA in living beings. No, gold does not have that. Yet it does carry its own tales, which are every bit as unique a marker as DNA. Sam raised an eyebrow, intrigued. That's what I'm looking for. How do we find that? When gold is mined, It is rarely absolute. It has trace impurities as other elements are mixed in. These impurities can sometimes hint at the location where the gold was sourced. Sam leaned closer. So, you're saying that by analyzing these impurities, we can pinpoint where the gold originated? Carlos said, In some cases, yes, but it's not always foolproof. Moreover, gold has isotopes, primarily Au-197, but also some rarer ones. The ratios of these isotopes can vary subtly, depending on its source. That's another way to potentially trace its origin. Sam asked, How exacting is the science? I mean, are there any complications? Absolutely. Gold can be melted and mixed with gold from other sources, which can change its composition, and similar geological processes in different parts of the world can produce gold with similar impurity patterns. It seems imperfect. Carlo spread his hands. It's the best I can do. How do you do it? Sam asked. Well, we take a sample of gold and use X-ray fluorescence spectroscopy. Sam said, Can you explain that to me? Basically, we shoot an X-ray beam at the sample, which excites the material, and because of that it will emit photons whose wavelengths are different between the elements because of their electron shells. Carlo said, And then if you measure the emitted spectrum of the sample, you can determine the exact composition of it and compare it with samples from gold deposits around the world. And let's say I have a piece of gold that Professor Legrand extracted using the Midas Vault. Do you think, for a fee, that you could work out what mine, or at least what region it came from? Carlo thought about it for a few seconds, then said, Certainly. It would be the sky disk of Nebra all over again. A puzzled expression crossed Sam's face. Come again? The sky disk of Nebra, together with 2 bronze swords, 2 sets of remains of axes, a chisel, and fragments of spiral armbands, were discovered in 1999 by Henry Westphal and Mario Renner while they were treasure hunting with a metal detector. Let me guess. The treasure hunters were operating without a license and knew their activity constituted illegal looting. That's all right. Archaeological artifacts are the property of the state in Saxony-Anhalt. So what did they do? They damaged the disk with their spade and destroyed parts of the site. The next day, Westphal and Renner sold the entire hoard for 31,000 DM to a dealer in Cologne. The hoard changed hands, probably several times, within Germany during the next 2 years. But then its purchase price was up to 1 million DM. By 2001, knowledge of its existence had become public. In February 2002, the state archaeologist Harold Meller acquired the disk in a police-led sting operation in Basel from a couple who had put it on the black market for 700,000 DM. What happened to the original treasure hunters? The original finders were eventually traced. In a plea bargain, they led police and archaeologists to the discovery site. Archaeologists opened a dig at the site and uncovered evidence that supported the looters' claims. There were traces of bronze artifacts in the ground, and the soil at the site matched soil samples found clinging to the artifacts. The disk and its accompanying finds are held by the State Museum of Prehistory in Halle, Saxony-Anhalt, Germany. Carlo brought up a picture of the sky disk of Nebra on his laptop. He turned it so Sam could see. Beautiful, isn't it? Sam stared at the image. The sky disk of Nebra was crafted from bronze. It was exactly 11.8 inches in diameter. This disk was adorned with gold leaf symbols that depicted the sun, moon, and possibly stars. Notably, it featured 2 golden arcs along its edges. The disk appeared to have developed a blue-green patina, typical of its bronze composition. Sam asked, "So, it was some sort of astronomical device?" "That's right," Carlos said, surprised by Sam's natural acumen. "I believe archaeologists determined it was designed to track the sun and the moon." He pointed to 2 golden arcs along its edges. "These are believed to mark the angle between the solstices." Interesting. And the German investigators used gold analysis to locate the original site? Yes. When the disk was first discovered on the black market, investigators asked, where did the gold come from? So they began the hunt. Through detailed analysis of its impurities and isotopic ratios, we can often infer its origins. Sam said, "They backtracked the gold's impurities to its birthplace?" "Exactly," Carlo replied. "Researchers analyzed the gold on the sky disk and compared its trace elements and isotopic ratios to samples from various locations. They discovered that the gold likely came from 2 primary sources: the Carpathian Mountains in Eastern Europe and the mines of Cornwall in Britain." "Amazing. So you could do the same for me?" "Of course," Carlos said. "Have you got a sample of the gold for me to look at?" Sam took his backpack off. He reached inside and withdrew the large block of gold that Legrand was using as a doorstop in his apartment. Stunned, Carlo's mouth dropped open. "I told you my friend Professor Legrand discovered gold." Sam grinned. "I need you to work out where this came from." Chapter 81. Sam said, "The mine site was closed 10 years ago." On the other end of the line, Tom said, "What?" "We tracked the gold to a small closed mine site in Czech." "It was closed down?" "Yeah, 10 years ago." "But the professor only found the Midas Vault 5 years ago?" Sam nodded. "That's right. It makes sense." Tom's voice sounded puzzled. "It does?" "Think about it. The professor finds a device capable of separating gold from the ground, extracting it from nearby gold seams. He has the ability to print money. So what does he do? Goes anywhere gold is known to be and extracts as much as he possibly can?" Sam said, "Right. Only he can't do that." "Why not?" "Gold is highly registered and traceable. A small-time prospector might get away with selling a small nugget or a few $1,000s worth of gold, but as soon as you start producing millions of dollars worth of gold, someone's going to start asking where you got it from. So what's the solution?" "You buy a gold mine." "Right. Only the professor wasn't rich to begin with. He can't just rock up and buy a multi-million-dollar gold mine." Tom said, "So he buys a closed mine." "Right. Something that has already taken as much gold as it was possible to remove profitably. Only with the Midas Vault, these restraints are no longer relevant." Tom said, "He bought a disused gold mine." "No. It looks like he made a deal with the local owner of a gold mine, someone who was already in the system and immediately capable of moving large quantities of gold without raising eyelids. A Czechian man named Bedřich Marek. He'd inherited the mine from his parents, but the mine had become unprofitable shortly after he took control of it. He was about to go under, and then, suddenly, turned things around." "Did he say how he turned things around?" "Not really. Only that he was working with new experimental technologies that had made it more viable to run older mines again." Tom said, "AKA the Midas Vault." "Right. Bedřich went on to buy 6 more gold mines. In each case, the mines had already been exhausted of gold and had been decommissioned. A good way to buy them cheap, I'm sure. Especially when it's easy to extract whatever gold's left. What went wrong? Sam said, We had a look at the 6 mine sites on satellite images. A large circular zone around the mine reveals total destruction of all flora and fauna. It's toxic? Tom asked. Looks like it. Whatever extraction method the Midas colony used to separate the gold kills everything in or near it. I wonder why the gold isn't affected. The professor told me they had to wait a good half an hour for the gold to stabilize after it had been extracted, but then it was safe to touch. He said the Midas colony, the subatomic creatures that collected the gold, were unhappy, that they were sentient and longed to go home to their nest. He never mentioned anything about the extraction process being toxic. He must have known. Yeah, if I had to guess. He made a deal with this Bedrich, and they both started to get rich. Then somewhere along the lines, the professor realized what he was doing was wrong, and he tried to pull the plug. Maybe he stole the Midas Vault and Bedrich was on board with it. Then someone put Bedrich in contact with the Relic Hunter, who was more than happy to payroll the hunt for the professor and to try to get the Midas Vault back. Tom asked, Where's he now? Bedrich? Yeah. Disappeared a few weeks ago, Sam said. So did one of the previous mine owners, who apparently got suspicious about Bedrich's uncanny good fortune. A Japanese guy named Haruto Takahashi, who came out with the Czechian gold rush of the 1970s. Apparently his grandfather was an officer in the Imperial Army, and he was the registered owner of his grandfather's wartime pistol, a Type 14 Nambu pistol. You think Haruto Takahashi killed the divers in the Chevé Cave? Tom asked. Maybe. Sam drew a breath. Or that he found the truth about how Bedrich was turning his gold mining company's luck around. Takahashi demanded to be cut in on the deal, and Bedrich decided it was easier to kill him. An interesting theory, Sam said. And here's the other kicker. What? No one knows where Bedrich is now, but here is the last photo of him on file for his gold mine in Czechia. Sam clicked a few buttons on his phone. I'm texting it to you now. A few moments later, Tom said, I know that guy. It's Luke Roebuck. Yeah, or his perfect look-alike. What happened to Bedrich's company? Can't you take this information to the police? Bedrich transferred all his money into Bitcoin and disappeared. It seems that he started a new life as Luke Roebuck, and he hasn't been seen since. Tom said, Okay, so we're back to waiting until something comes up if we're going to find and destroy the Midas Vault. You know I don't do the sitting around waiting thing very well, don't you? You got a better idea? Tom asked. It looks like we've run out of leads for the vault. Only leads to find where the professor has been. What are you suggesting? The professor said he was going to return the Midas colony to their home. I assume that means wherever he found them in the first place. Great, but all our leads have come to naught. It's all right. We'll just go back to the very beginning. You mean you're suggesting we search for the Midas Vault from scratch? Something that the treasure hunters and the brightest archaeological minds have been trying to do for 2,500 years? Yeah, that just about sums it up, Sam said. It's the only lead that I have so far, so I'm planning on taking it. Besides, something will turn up. It usually does. Lately, dead bodies seem to generally show up. Sam grinned. So, you've noticed. What? The series has taken a decidedly dark path lately, with the body count continuing to keep rising. What series? Tom asked. Nothing. I just mean our lives in general. Tom opened his mouth to make a logical argument, then, knowing Sam better, closed it again before saying, Okay, so where do we start? 5 years ago, the professor disappeared. He let the story multiply that he had died on one of his archaeological digs, specifically because whatever he'd found led to the Midas Vault, and something he thought, evidently accurately, would lead to people murdering people to get their hands on it. Right. So, we need to get back to that point. We need to find what he discovered and start to pull the threads there. Great. Any idea where to begin? As a matter of fact, I already had Elise work out where the professor had been in the months leading up to his original disappearance from normal society. And he spent 2 months at the Louvre's historical research labs. The Louvre has one of the largest strongholds of historical artifacts. It could take 10 lifetimes to read through half of the journals there, and we still wouldn't be any closer to working out what he was after. Sam gave him a knowing smile. You would think so. There's something you haven't said. Sam grinned. Really? You're holding out on me? Sam said, Did you know that the Louvre keeps strict records of what private artifacts and records researchers take out to study? Tom shook his head. You know what the professor was looking at on the day he disappeared? Yes, Sam nodded. And that's why I've booked us on the first flight to Paris. Chapter 82. Louvre, Paris. Its origins could be traced all the way back to the late 12th century, at a time when Paris was beginning to emerge as a center of power in Europe. Built as a fortress by King Philip II and strategically located on the western edge of the city to defend against Viking raids coming up the Seine River. The fortress was a formidable structure with a moat and massive defensive towers. As the centuries passed, the fort's role evolved from military stronghold to royal residence. In the 14th century, Charles V converted the fortress into a residence, initiating a long tradition of French monarchs who would expand and embellish the building over the next several hundred years. It became a grand palace, a symbol of the monarchy's wealth and taste. Its architecture evolved, reflecting the Renaissance and classical styles, turning it into a home of opulence and art. But it was the French Revolution at the end of the 18th century that changed its purpose most dramatically. The monarchy was overthrown, and the palace, which had housed kings and queens, was transformed into a public museum. In 1793, the Musée Central des Arts opened in the Louvre, marking a new era where the former royal collections became accessible to the public. This initiative was part of a broader revolutionary agenda to bring culture and knowledge to the masses. The museum's collection expanded rapidly during the 19th century, especially under the reign of Napoleon Bonaparte. He brought numerous artworks from his campaigns across Europe to the Louvre, which was then renamed the Musée Napoléon. After his defeat, many pieces were returned, yet the museum's reputation as a home of world-class art was firmly established. It was one of these historical collections, stolen during the reign of Bonaparte, Sam Reilly mused, that led Professor Legrand to the secret location of the Midas Vault. He walked quickly along the Seine. Early evening descended upon Paris. The city began to transform under a dimming sky. Street lights flickered to life, casting a warm glow on the cobbled lanes and grand boulevards. The iconic Eiffel Tower, a majestic silhouette against the twilight, started to twinkle with its evening lights, creating a spectacle that mesmerized both locals and tourists alike. Along the Seine, the riverbanks came alive with the chatter of people enjoying the cool breeze. Couples strolled hand in hand, pausing to admire the age-old architecture that stood proudly along the water's edge. The air was filled with the aroma of freshly baked baguettes and the subtle scent of blooming flowers from nearby gardens. As night began to fall, the sky turned a deep shade of indigo, dotted with the first stars of the evening. The city, now illuminated by thousands of lights, continued to buzz with an energy that only Paris could exude. It was a magical time when the day's bustle gave way to the night's allure, and Paris, ever elegant and vibrant, embraced the transition with open arms. Cafes and bistros teeming with patrons spilled out onto the sidewalks. Laughter and music mingled in the air, creating a lively atmosphere. Old and young danced near the Seine. Waiters, deftly navigating through the crowd, served glasses of wine and plates of exquisite French cuisine. In the distance, the sound of a street musician playing a melancholic tune on an accordion added to the enchanting ambiance. The melody drifted through the narrow alleys, wrapping the city in a blanket of nostalgic charm. And Sam stopped at the glass pyramid-shaped entrance to the Louvre. Chapter 83. Sam greeted Tom at the doorway. They entered the building through the iconic glass pyramid, through which the Parisian sky cast a kaleidoscope display of light. They passed through the necessary security checks. There Sam handed over his credentials and his booking to access a very specific archive for private research. He was going to room La Chambre des Merveilles, a secret research room where individual artifacts and historical references can be examined privately. The security guard arched his eyebrow as he read Sam's high-level research booking, indicating he had a long-standing relationship with the museum. "You know how to find La Chambre des Merveilles?" the security guard asked in French. "Oui," Sam said, revealing that this wasn't the first time he had been allowed entrance to the prestigious private research room. His tone and attitude suggested that he knew that he had been given a great honor. The security guard nodded. "Very good, Mr. Reilly. Someone will be waiting for you at the entrance." "Thank you." Sam and Tom walked through the turntable and began to make their descent into the depths of one of the world's greatest museums. They descended a spiral staircase that seemed to wind endlessly, its stone steps echoing with the soft footsteps of countless visitors before them. The walls were adorned with intricate carvings and frescoes that told stories of ancient civilizations and artistic endeavors. The air was cool and slightly musty, a reminder of the antiquity encapsulated within these walls. "We're going to the Chambers of Wonders," Tom grinned. "Somebody's been reading too much Harry Potter." Sam shrugged. "I doubt it." "Who came up with a name like that?" "Napoleon III? As in Napoleon Bonaparte's grandson?" Sam thought about that for a moment, hesitated, unsure about the lineage, and then said, "No, Napoleon's grandnephew, I think." "Really?" "Yeah, he was the last emperor and the first president of France. He was a popular monarch who oversaw the modernization of the French economy and filled Paris with new boulevards and parks. He expanded the French colonial empire, made the French merchant navy the second largest in the world, and personally engaged in 2 wars. "Driven family." Sam nodded. "I guess." Tom said, "And he really named the room the Chamber of Wonders?" "Yeah, the story goes that the room, shrouded in secrecy and steeped in history, was said to have been constructed during the reign of Napoleon III as a personal retreat for contemplation and appreciation of extraordinary artifacts." He turned his arms out in a gesture that suggested myths and legends could just as easily be made up, and said, "Who knows? Maybe a local curator was just a Harry Potter fan. Either way, these days it's a very private examination room, where people with the right relationship with the museum are able to view specific artifacts in private." And right relationship means rich? Valuable is probably a better term. Meaning capable of donating large sums of money to the museum, or offering unique intellectual property, or archaeological finds. Interesting. Which one are you? Sam grinned. I've donated some extremely valuable artifacts over the years and offered various insights and professional evaluations regarding the museum's Master Builders exhibit. Right? That's why you're allowed additional privileges? Yeah, something like that. They reached the bottom of the staircase. It opened into a vast, dimly lit hall. The atmosphere was hushed, almost reverent. Here the treasures of antiquity were displayed with care. Sam and Tom were greeted by a stunning collection of sarcophagi, their hieroglyphics vivid against the stone. In glass cases, delicate papyrus scrolls and intricate carved statuettes offer a glimpse into a long-lost world. The walls of the hall were lined with Roman and Greek sculptures, their marble forms exuding a sense of timeless beauty. The intricate details of each piece, from the curl of a hair to the fold of a garment, were rendered with astonishing realism, showcasing the unparalleled skill of ancient sculptors. Sam led the way. They continued through the gallery until they reached a section dedicated to medieval art. Here were illuminated manuscripts with gold leaf, detailing tapestries depicting legendary battles, and religious icons with haunting ethereal faces from the Middle Ages. Next, they passed through a section where ancient Middle Eastern artifacts were displayed. Intricate jewelry, beautifully crafted weapons, and detailed relief sculptures tell stories of empires long gone but not forgotten. Sam's heart raced with anticipation as he and Tom entered the Richelieu wing. The moment they stepped into the grand corridor, the sheer scale and opulence of the surroundings struck him. Marble columns rose to meet the high ceiling, and the soft echo of their footsteps on the marble floors lent an almost sacred air to their journey. They passed through galleries adorned with masterpieces, each room unfolding like pages of a historical volume. Sam pointed out several notable works, but Tom looked bemused more than impressed. He paused for a moment at one particularly captivating series of French sculptures. The intricate details of these marble and bronze figures, frozen in time, yet exuding a sense of motion, left him in awe. Navigating through the wing, they came upon the Apollo Gallery. Its grandeur took Sam's breath away. The ornate ceiling, adorned with gold, shone brilliantly above them. Here the treasures of French royalty were displayed with an elegance that spoke of opulence and power. The halls, lined with medieval and Renaissance artifacts, felt like hidden sanctuaries away from the bustling world outside. Sam felt a sense of connection to the past as he observed each item, from delicate jewelry to imposing suits of armor. In the shadowy recesses of the Louvre, a distinguished gentleman in a meticulously tailored suit awaited Sam and Tom's arrival. The museum curator, a man of middle age with a refined air about him, stood with an aura of quiet authority. His eyes rested on Sam, then on Tom. Sam Reilly and Tom Bauer. Yes, Sam said, taking in the curator at a glance. He had silver hair, neatly combed back, contrasting sharply with his dark suit, lending him an air of distinguished sophistication. His eyes, sharp and observant behind round, rimless glasses, seemed to hold a depth of knowledge as profound as the artifacts he guarded. A small, neatly trimmed beard framed his thoughtful expression, and the subtle creases around his eyes hinted at years spent in contemplative study. He exuded an unmistakable sense of pride and responsibility in his role as the guardian of the Chamber of Wonders, a silent promise to preserve the sanctity and secrets of the treasures within. The gentleman extended a hand in greeting, His demeanor was the perfect blend of professionalism and warmth, a welcoming guide into the heart of the museum. Henri Moreau, at your service. Pleased to meet you, Sam said, taking the man's hand in his own. This is Tom Bauer. Thanks for getting us in at such late notice. Henri said, It is our pleasure to help. Without further preamble, the curator approached a life-size statue of a medieval knight, standing solemnly in a quiet corner of the Richelieu wing. With the practiced air of one performing a well-rehearsed ritual, Henri reached out and firmly shook the knight's metallic hand. To Sam, the gesture seemed almost reverent, a respectful nod to the past, but it was more than a symbolic act. As Henri's fingers clasped the knight's hand, there was a subtle click, barely audible over the distant hum of the museum. Intrigued, Sam leaned in closer, his curiosity piqued. Henri then smoothly pulled a security card from his pocket and swiped it through a barely noticeable slot discreetly integrated into the base of the statue. Instantaneously, the air around them thrummed with a low electrical buzz. Sam's eyes widened as he witnessed the ancient wall beside the statue begin to shift. It was a seamless and silent movement, the stones and mortar parting in a way that defied their centuries-old appearance. A narrow passage, previously hidden from view, revealed itself, its existence a surprise. Following Henri, Sam and Tom stepped inside. It gave them the strange sense of entering another world. The curator exchanged a glance with Sam. Is there something we don't know going on with the Battle of Bailén? No, just a private project Professor Legrand was working on years ago. I decided to take over after his recent passing, Sam replied. Why do you ask? Oh, it's nothing. It's just Professor Legrand was the last person to view this specific journal in 5 years. Now there's you, and in an hour I'm told a woman is coming here to examine the same diary. I just assumed there was something particularly interesting recently discovered on the topic of the Battle of Bailén. No, just continuing the line of some old research. Sam smiled warmly, met the curator's eye. Out of interest, who is the other interested party? The curator's lips formed a hard line. I'm sorry, Mr. Reilly. As you are well aware, we hold the privacy of all visitors to La Chambre des Merveilles in absolute regard. Sam nodded. Of course. The curator stepped out and closed the door behind them. Chapter 84. Sam and Tom studied the secret passageway. It was narrow and dimly lit, with walls of rough-hewn stone, part of the rampart of the 12th century fortress upon which the Louvre was built. It was like walking through the very heart of history, each step taking them deeper into a hidden realm beneath the Louvre. The air was cool and slightly musty, carrying the weight of centuries. The only sounds were their soft footsteps and the distant muffled echoes of the museum above. Sam felt a thrill of excitement mixed with reverence. This was a path few had trodden, a secret artery running through one of the world's greatest repositories of art and culture. The passage twisted and turned, its path meandering like a labyrinth. Occasional faint lights cast eerie shadows on the walls, enhancing the mysterious ambiance. Tom moved with a quiet confidence, his flashlight casting a steady beam ahead. Sam couldn't help but imagine the countless treasures that might have been transported through this very corridor, hidden from the eyes of the public. At the end of the hallway, a strong door of solid oak barred their way. Sam reached for the handle, turned it gently, and opened the door. The chamber was elegantly appointed, with walls lined in rich dark wood paneling and soft ambient lighting that highlighted its contents without overpowering them. The center of the room featured a large antique wooden table, perfect for examining artifacts. Around the room there were glass cabinets containing rare objects and curiosities from various periods, each with its own story and mystique. At the center of the table was a small leather journal. It seemed almost trivial, given the value of the secret it held. Next to the journal was a single open laptop. It was connected to the museum's internal database, along with every known digitized historical event. Tom said, "It's the Relic Hunter." "Sorry?" "It's got to be the Relic Hunter who was booked in to access this journal. She's the only one with the ability to follow the same trail you followed to get here. She must have worked out that the professor had found something here, which had sent him on his search for the Midas Vault. Besides, it makes sense that someone who goes by the pseudonym of Relic Hunter should have the right sort of unique values that provide her with a membership to the Chamber of Wonders." "Indeed," Sam said, his voice indifferent, as he took a seat and opened the journal. "So what are we doing?" Tom asked. "We're trying to find what Legrand found in these pages that lead to the Midas Vault, and we're trying to do it quickly." "I mean about the Relic Hunter." "Not much we can do right now," Sam said, with ambivalence. "Why don't we just wait for her to come here?" Sam shook his head. "Impossible." "What are you talking about?" Tom asked. "We're already here. Henri just mentioned she's booked a time slot after us. We'll just wait for her." "There are a few flaws in your plan." Tom said, "Seems simple to me." Sam frowned. "First off, this is France. We are unarmed, and I highly doubt the Relic Hunter has survived this long by wandering around on her own defenseless self. Second, this is La Chambre des Merveilles, a place buried in absolute secrecy. Few people know it exists, and even fewer have access. This is a place akin to the royal chambers for archaeologists. You saw Henri's expression when I asked who was visiting after us. He was in a state of restrained apoplexy. As its keeper, he would never reveal another member's name." Tom suppressed a grin. "You don't think she'll be waiting for us out of the front of the secret door?" "Not a chance in hell." "We can't get the Louvre to reveal her identity on account of her potential criminal behavior?" "Secret societies. And that's what the Chamber of Wonders is in all but name. Love to see themselves as above the law. In this case, the Louvre is correct. Maintaining the secrets of La Chambre des Merveilles is built into French law. In fact, by default, every president since Napoleon III changed the monarch to a republic was automatically awarded membership." Tom gave that some thought, then said, "If that's the case, then how did you get access to Legrand's information?" "You mean, why did the nice staff who manage this section of the Louvre kindly offer me information on exactly what Legrand was searching through 5 years ago when he first appeared?" "Yeah." "Legrand added me to a list of associates. It allowed the Louvre to share information between his research and mine." "Interesting," Tom said. "In that case, I wonder how the Relic Hunter got it, too." Chapter 85. Sam stared at the name of the owner of the journal. He read it out loud. "Etienne Navarre, aide to General Pierre Dupont de l'Etang." Tom asked, "Who was General Dupont de l'Etang?" "I don't know. I assume he was one of Napoleon's officers." Sam gestured toward the laptop. "Put his name into the search engine." Tom glanced at the laptop. It was already turned on, a single search bar on its screen. He typed the name. He had a quick read. Sam asked, "Anything?" "Yeah, Dupont was one of Napoleon's divisional commanders. He was very successful, with several battlefield wins to his credit. He was given command of the French army in Spain." Tom read a bit further. "After the occupation of Madrid, Dupont, newly created count by Napoleon, was sent with his force to subdue Andalusia. After a few initial successes, he had to retire toward the passes of the Sierra Morena. Pursued and cut off by a Spanish army under Captain General Castaños, his corps was defeated in the Battle of Bailén, after his Swiss troops deserted and returned to their former allegiance. Sam's eyes narrowed. There it is again, Battle of Bailén. What about it? Henri Moreau mentioned there must be some new discovery regarding the Battle of Bailén, because all of the sudden interest in it. Any idea how the battle went? Tom asked. Yeah, I believe the French lost. It was one of the first losses Napoleon suffered at the time. So what does any of this have to do with the Midas Vault? Sam shrugged. No idea. We know that Napoleon's men found the Midas Vault during his Egyptian conquest, while looting various pyramids. So it's possible General Pierre Dupont de l'Etang was transporting the Midas Vault. Sam said, in fact, it was possible they had taken the device to Spain specifically. At that time, Spain was a major producer of gold. Speaking to Professor Legrand, the device only worked in areas with naturally high concentrations of gold. Perhaps Napoleon had ordered a secret team to locate gold mines and research if there was any truth to the Midas Vault's colorful promises. Maybe. Let's see what Navarre had to say about it. Sam carefully flipped through the first few pages of the book, which detailed some of the earlier campaigns. He skimmed past. It would take hours upon hours to read through it. Instead, he skipped through to the last few pages of the journal. Sam read a section that began with the morning of the Battle of Bailén. He read through and said, in the journal, Navarre describes two deserters, Claude and Gaspard Bertrand, twins, trying to escape with some sort of secret artifact. Does it say what the artifact was exactly? No, but I'm sure this is it. Sam's heart picked up its pace as he read on. One had been caught and was to be executed, the other one escaped, and would be court-martialed and most likely executed for cowardice and desertion. Sam kept reading. It then goes on to describe how Gaspard Bertrand was pegged to some sort of stake, his boots removed and planted firmly in the ground. What's the point of the boots thing? Tom asked. According to Professor Legrand, the Midas Vault conducts gold through the route of least resistance, just like electricity. They were setting him up to turn to gold. Looks like it. What happened? Sam read the next part. Gaspard was forced to play a liar, presumably the Midas Vault, and slowly his entire body turned to gold. According to Navarre, it was a slow transformation at first, starting with his fingers and skin, before eventually turning toward his internal organs and turning him gold. Sam kept reading. Oh, this next part is interesting. Tom said, Go on. A few minutes after Gaspard appeared to turn to gold, his executioners attacked his frozen body with their weapons, trying to get the gold. There was a riotous battle as the men believed themselves to be rich beyond their wildest dreams. Sam read a few paragraphs further. It says here that for no apparent reason, the men who were greedily ransacking Gaspard's gold-ravaged body began to scream in pain. Their eyes started to bleed. Their skin began to droop, as if falling from their skeletons. They collapsed, and the liquid from their bodies pooled on the ground, and their skeletons turned to dust. What the hell happened to them? Tom asked. According to Legrand, the enslaved Midas colony are summoned to the Midas Vault by a specific tune. A tune? Tom said. As in the Pied Piper? Something like that. The Midas colony brings with them microscopic particles of gold. Once they reach the air, they soon dissipate back underground. In the process, they destroy the cells of every living thing near them. How? No idea. If I had to guess, I'd say they damage the cells as they pass through them. Something about the process probably severs the cell membranes, and the cells themselves implode. Do that on a large scale, and the entire body falls apart. Tom said, or, as Navarre saw, turn to liquid and dust. Yeah. So what happened to Navarre after he watched this horror show? Sam kept reading. He watched, frozen in terror and unable to return to the battle which was soon to unfold. Instead, he stared at the destruction. After some time, he doesn't say how long, Claude came down, retrieved the Midas Vault, and left. That's it, Tom said. That's what the professor found. It looks like it, Sam said, quickly reading to the end of the journal. Tom asked, where did Claude go? It doesn't say. Sam shook his head. Look his name up in the records. See what the Louvre has on him. Tom typed the man's name into the laptop. It says there's no record of Claude Bertrand after the Battle of Bailén. So, he probably died in the battle. Or afterward? Where? Tom kept reading. It says roughly 7,000 prisoners were put on a nearby uninhabited island. The Spanish government, which could barely supply its own armies in the field, was unable to properly take care of the prisoners. Cannibalism was alleged to have occurred during times when the supply ships failed to arrive. Fewer than half the prisoners of war surviving, most perishing in captivity. That's it, Sam said. Claude Gaspard perished on the island, and the secret of the Midas Vault was buried there. Maybe. Sam asked, the Midas Vault must have gone to that island along with the prisoners of war. Where does it say they were taken? Tom turned the laptop to its side so Sam could read it. Here. Sam grinned. Then our next stop had better be the island of Cabrera, Mallorca. Chapter 86. Blue Cave, Cabrera Island, Mallorca. The Robinson 44 helicopter cut across the clear azure sky. Sam sat in the pilot's seat with Tom beside him, his gaze taking in the digital map. Below them, the Mediterranean Sea shimmered under the sun, its turquoise waters lapping against the rugged shoreline. The helicopter's rotors churned the air, sending a pulsating thrum through their bodies. Sam banked to take in the aerial view of the island. It was like a gem in the Mediterranean, a mosaic of rugged landscapes and turquoise waters. From their vantage point, the cliffs of Cabrera rose steeply from the sea, their rocky faces weathered by time and elements. The lush greenery on top contrasted sharply with the deep blue of the surrounding sea. The sight of ruins dotting the landscape hinted at the island's rich past. To the north, a lone castle stood at the peak of a small mountain. Tom glanced at the map. That's Castillo de Cabrera. Sam looked to his right. The medieval castle was a relic from a bygone era. Its once robust stone walls, towering turrets, and weathered ramparts had long ago seen better days. Instead, it just seemed to emphasize the barren nature of the island. Tom said, just imagine it, 7,000 POWs, fighting to survive on this desolate, albeit beautiful island. Sam straightened the helicopter. No wonder they turned to cannibalism. Hunger hurts. It makes people desperate. Despite what moral compass we might tell ourselves we live by, when it comes to life and death, people will do anything to survive. Tom glanced out at the rugged island. Any idea where to begin our search? We'll start with the Blue Cave. Apparently there are still hundreds of cave drawings left by the French POWs. Maybe one of them reveals something about the Midas Vault, Sam said. It's a long shot, but aren't they all? Tom nodded. Sounds good. Sam circled around the Blue Cave. The sun's rays penetrated the clear waters, illuminating the cave with a surreal azure glow. The contrast of the dark cave entrance against the radiant water was mesmerizing. Sam skillfully lowered the helicopter, preparing for landing. The sound of the helicopter's rotors echoed off the cliffs and over the water, blending with the distant calls of seabirds. The air was filled with the salty tang of the sea, mixed with a hint of wild herbs from the island's flora. Sam descended, gently placing both skids on a flat, rocky outcrop above the cave until the helicopter was planted firmly on solid ground. He shut down the engine. The helicopter's blades slowed to a stop. Sam opened the door. He exchanged a glance with Tom. "Shall we take a look around?" Chapter 87. Sam methodically unrolled the compact Zodiac boat onto the sandy shore, the serene sound of waves serving as a backdrop. He pulled the cord to the built-in CO2 canister, triggering its rapid inflation. The boat steadily took form, its durable material expanding until it was fully inflated, gently bobbing near the water's edge. Tom attached the small electric motor to the boat's stern. Together they nudged the Zodiac into deeper water, feeling it buoy under their weight as they boarded. Sam positioned himself at the stern, taking hold of the electric motor's controls, while Tom sat at the bow, eyes keenly observing their surroundings. Sam activated the motor and it whirred gently to life, its subdued hum blending with the natural sounds of the sea. They glided away from the shore, the boat slicing through the blue waves smoothly. As they neared the blue cave, the ambiance around them shifted. The water's color deepened, mirroring the cave's mystical interior. A sense of awe enveloped Sam as they entered the cavern, the electric motor's soft whir echoing against the walls. The cave's walls were aglow with various shades of blue, each ripple of water reflecting light in a hypnotic dance. Sam motored into the cave through its entrance. Its height fluctuated from 18 feet at the entrance through to 60 feet at the back of the cave at high tide. Once inside, it was easy to see the drawings left by the French prisoners captured during the Battle of Bai Lin. They had left a unique historical record on the cave's walls during their captivity. These drawings were a mix of intricate sketches and crude etchings, reflecting both the skill of some prisoners and the desperate circumstances of their confinement. Sam slowed the Zodiac to an idle. His eyes swept across the plethora of POW drawings. Many of the illustrations depicted scenes from the Napoleonic Wars. They included detailed sketches of battles showing the formations of soldiers, cavalry charges, and the chaotic scenes of conflict. These images reflected the glory and the horror of war, capturing the tumultuous emotions of the soldiers who had lived through it. In addition to the battle scenes, there were drawings that depicted life back in France. These included pastoral scenes of the French countryside, famous landmarks, and everyday street scenes. These images were tinged with nostalgia, reflecting a longing for home and a life far removed from the harsh reality of their imprisonment. The drawings also showed aspects of their daily life as prisoners. Crude sketches of the cave interiors, their fellow inmates, and the routine activities they engaged in were common. These served as a stark reminder of their current circumstances, contrasting sharply with their memories of home and the battlefields. Symbolic images were also prevalent. Eagles, a symbol associated with the Napoleonic regime, appeared in various forms. The proud birds were sometimes depicted with a sense of pride, other times in a more defeated stance, reflecting the prisoners' fluctuating morale. Shackles and chains were also common motifs, symbolizing their captivity and longing for freedom. Some prisoners use their art as a form of subtle resistance or commentary, incorporating caricatures of their captors or satirical depictions of military life. These drawings not only provided psychological relief, but also served as a form of covert defiance against their captors. Sam kept the boat moving. Toward the back of the cave, the drawings turned darker, concentrating on the horrors of life on the island. The images turned to reflect the somber scenes of starvation and cannibalism during their dire circumstances. The foreground of the drawing was dominated by gaunt figures, their bodies emaciated, with exaggerated skeletal features and hollow eyes, depicting the severe starvation they endured. The expressions on their faces were a mix of desperation, resignation, and haunting acceptance of their plight. Their thin arms reach out, either in a plea for sustenance or in a gesture of despair. In the background, a more disturbing scene unfolded. It showed a small group of individuals huddled around a grim scene. The details are sparingly rendered, yet unmistakably indicate acts of cannibalism. The figures are portrayed in a way that suggests both the horror and the necessity of their actions, a tragic choice made under the most extreme conditions of survival. Sam found the illustrations powerful and disturbing. They captured the lengths to which people can be driven in situations of starvation and desperation, capturing a moment of profound human tragedy. Sam frowned. Not a lot of places on Earth share such incredible beauty of nature and the horrors of humanity as close together. No, Tom agreed. Some say Cabrera was humanity's earliest concentration camp. Sam eased the Zodiac farther along the interior of the sea cave in somber silence, without echoing his thoughts. It may have been a first, but it was far from humanity's last concentration camp. After a few minutes, Tom said, I see a lot of pain and horror, and some beauty, too, etched into these walls, but I don't see anything about the Midas Vault. Neither do I. Maybe there's somewhere else on the island, Tom suggested. A different cave? No. Everywhere on the island has been viewed 1,000 times before by tourists who have come to see firsthand the history of the horrors. If there were references to the Midas Vault, someone would have already found it. Then where did Legrand go from here? A crepuscular beam penetrated the depths of the sapphire and electric blue water. Sam drew a breath. If I had to guess, I'd say these drawings continue under the water. Chapter 88. Sam and Tom plunged into the enchanting blue waters of the Blue Cave. It was warm, shallow water, and they were diving with thin wetsuits and single tanks of air with a regulator and face mask. The shimmering light that penetrated the cave's entrance painted surreal patterns on the cave walls and illuminated the underwater world with an otherworldly glow. After all their cave diving in Chevé, something about the simplicity of it felt freeing. They navigated the depths, the sound of their breathing echoing through their masks in a steady rhythm. After what seemed like an eternity, they noticed a small opening tucked away in a shadowy corner of the cave. With a shared glance, they swam toward it, their powerful underwater flashlights cutting through the darkness. The entrance was narrow, a small aperture just large enough for a person to squeeze through. It was surrounded by a series of white quartz stones, which lay in direct contrast to the dark volcanic rock that formed the rest of the Blue Cave. There was no doubt in Sam's mind someone had gone to great lengths to conceal the entrance to the cave. He imagined what it would have taken for one of the prisoners to free dive to reach it, most likely during low tide, and then crawl through the opening. One thing was certain: those quartz stones didn't belong. In fact, he was quite certain the geology was all wrong. If he had to guess, those stones were alien to the island, having been brought by passing sailors long ago. And there was only one way to find out who and why. With some effort and careful maneuvering, Sam, followed by Tom, managed to squeeze through the opening. It led to an upward passageway that left the underwater world behind. Emerging into a dry, hidden chamber, they removed their masks, the taste of fresh air replacing the recycled taste of the scuba gear. The chamber was an astonishing sight, the walls adorned with images etched into the soft limestone. The drawings were intricate, their meaning shrouded in mystery. Tom asked, "What is this place?" Sam grinned. "If I had to guess, I'd say it was once a pirate's treasure hold." "Come again?" "Pirates were common in these waters. For centuries they used them to attack the rich lands of Spain. Many of the pirate ships would disguise themselves as fishing boats. But when the Spanish Navy raided them, their gold and treasure were quickly discovered, their boats seized, and their lives forfeited." Tom said, "A glorious time of seafaring." "Yes, only some pirates decided that forfeiting their life wasn't part of the deal. So, to reduce the risk of getting caught, they would hoard the spoils of piracy in hidden caves along the coast. This one was probably successfully used for centuries, long before the Napoleonic Wars and the plight of the French POWs from the Battle of Bailén. Tom moved the beam of his flashlight across the ceiling, illuminating numerous drawings etched into the rock. "It looks like one of the prisoners found the secret opening." "Looks like it," Sam agreed. Not surprising, given the amount of prisoners and the level of boredom, that someone was going to stumble upon it. An easy free dive, the strange quartz rocks that stand out as obviously not belonging, and eventually, after enough dives, someone managed to move them enough to enter the chamber. Tom said, "Where do you think this is meant to be?" Sam stared at the cave art on the ceiling, silently examining the image. It depicted a simple yet skillfully drawn outline of a village in a large field. There was something about the landscape that seemed familiar. His eyes landed on a series of conical stone structures. They formed dry stone huts made of limestone with a distinctive beehive-like shape. These huts were surrounded by a few sparse lines, suggesting the rolling hills and rugged terrain of the region. Small, basic figures were sketched beside the huts, possibly indicating the villagers engaged in daily activities. Despite its simplicity, the drawing was detailed enough for Sam to immediately recognize the iconic village. Tom said, "You recognize it, don't you?" Sam nodded. "Its name is Village de Bory, although it's possible it could be any one of the many nearby villages of its time." "What was it?" Sam said, "The emergence of the outlying hamlet dates back to a wide-scale campaign of land clearing and cultivation that took place in the 18th century, following a 1766 royal edict. The rush to the hills resulted in masses of stones being extracted from the ground to make way for new fields, complete with dry stone walls and huts." "Where were they built?" "Throughout the hilly regions of Provence, in the south of France. This one, if I'm right, was somewhere along the Senancour stream to the east of Gourd. They were only ever used as agricultural outhouses on a seasonal basis, but would be instantly recognized by anyone from the region." "This must have been memories from this poor soldier's home." "Most likely." They kept searching the walls, walking along them. There were several images, mostly depicting locations where battles had taken place, but the artist had seemed to focus on the beauty of the landscape more than the darker side of war. Sam stopped. Next to him, he spotted something that changed everything. There was a drawing of a soldier pegged to the ground. In his hand was a small lyre. His feet were visible as though his boots had been removed. "The Midas Vault conducts gold through the route of least resistance, just like electricity," Tom said, quoting what Sam had told him the professor had said. "They were setting him up to conduct gold." Sam glanced at the lines or rays emanating from the figure, suggesting a radiant, glowing aura that is often associated with gold. They gave the impression that the figure was shining or luminous, just like gold. "It looks like it." At the bottom of the drawing, etched into the soft limestone, were the initials GB, RIP. Sam fixed his flashlight on the letters GB. Gaspard Bertrand. Tom grinned. "This is it!" "I agree. But where did the professor go from here?" They looked around for a few minutes and then stopped again. Sam stared at a new image. This one depicted a church in striking simplicity yet remarkable clarity. The church was drawn as a formidable structure, resembling a fortress perched atop the citadel-like village high on the top of a mountain. At first it reminded him of the cathedral atop of the walled Italian city of Orvieto, but the landscape was wrong. He focused on the church instead. The artist had captured the essence of the church's imposing presence, dominating the hilltop. Below the church, the village of Gord was represented in a series of clustered geometric shapes cascading down the mountain slopes. The entire scene was set against the backdrop of a rugged mountain, emphasizing the church's elevated and commanding position. There was a poem below it. Sam read it slowly, translating the French to English. He read a specific section that had been underlined by the author. "In the heart of Gord, where the bells of Saint Firmin chime, lies the solace I seek across the sands of time." Tom said, "Any idea what that means?" "Well, it confirms the name of this church, Saint Firmin. I've been there once, long ago. It was small originally, and then the Catholic diocese that rule the region bought up or appropriated roughly 20 nearby houses to expand it into the fortress-like church that it is today. You think Claude wanted to go back to the church?" "Maybe. This line in the poem seems to encapsulate a sense of longing and a deep connection to the Church of St. Firmin. It alludes to the distinctive sound of the church's bells, which could be a poignant reminder of home and peace for the prisoner. The reference to across the sands of time suggests both the historical depth of the church and the enduring nature of the prisoner's yearning to return. Maybe he feels guilty and wants to pay his penance to God." "It's possible. Maybe that's why he never used the Midas Vault for his own personal gain." Tom said, "So, then, where do we go from here?" "There's only one place to go," Sam said. "St. Firmin, Gord." Chapter 89. Gouffre Jean Bernard Cave, France. Zoe stared at the tomb of King Midas. The ancient monarch lay bathed in the beam of her flashlight, glistening with gold. Her eyes narrowed. There, on a stone dais, was the golden figure of the king, his body turned to solid gold. It was unlike anything she'd ever seen, unlike anything anyone had ever seen. She thought of a time decades earlier when she was still a schoolgirl on an excursion to Monet de Paris. The Working Mint and Museum was founded in 864 AD with the Edict of Pistre and was the world's oldest continuously running minting institution. There was a place at the museum where you could put your hand through a small gap in the perspex box and try and lift a brick of solid gold. It was so heavy, at 8 years old, she was unable to move it an inch. She didn't believe it was real, thought it was glued down or something. Then one of the teachers put his arm through the small opening and lifted the gold bar. She could still remember seeing the muscles of his arms flex tight. Now her eyes studied the golden ruler. He was made of so much gold there weren't even mining machines strong enough to lift it. Someone would need to melt it down to bring it to the surface. King Midas lay supine on the stone dais, his form evidence to his legendary wish and its tragic fulfillment. His strong jawline, cleft chin, and deep-set eyes, all sculpted in gold, spoke of a man of power and consequence. His body, transformed entirely into gold, gleamed with a metallic sheen, preserving his every feature in a way no embalming agent ever could. The lines of age and wisdom etched into his face were as clear as if he had drawn his last breath only moments ago. Zoe, standing at the threshold of the tomb, couldn't tear her gaze away from those eyes. They were solid gold, yet they seemed to possess an intricacy that defied the very nature of the metal. Though lifeless, they were crafted with such detail that they almost appeared to be watching her, a silent witness to the centuries that had passed. The tomb around her was steeped in shadows, but Midas, in his eternal golden repose, seemed to emanate a light of his own, casting an otherworldly glow on the surrounding relics of his once great kingdom. She thought of the strange, sentient, microscopic creatures. "Why have you taken me here?" she asked out loud. A few moments later, a golden face began to materialize out of the wall, as it had inside the golden chamber where their nest lay. And like previously, its details slowly increased until it was a very near exact replica of her own face. It stared at her blankly. Zoe frowned. "I don't know what you're trying to tell me." The golden face began to dissipate, each individual single atomic grain of the element of gold moving away to reveal a new blank canvas. Then the pieces of gold began to pile on each other once more. This time they formed together to make a beautiful 7-string lyre. The strings began to move as if played. And on the wall, those same spirals began to form. She recognized them as being identical to the ones all over the golden chamber. "This lyre," Zoe said, her eyes looking at the golden lyre on the wall. "It calls you, doesn't it?" The basic face appeared. This one was little more than an emoji. It shook its head. "There's more to it than that." Zoe tilted her head, trying to make sense of the drawing slowly being formed on the previously blank canvas. A figure emerged, stark and simple in its portrayal, yet profound in its implication. It was a slave, depicted in the sparest of lines, yet every stroke seemed laden with meaning. The figure's wrists were bound, the bindings crudely rendered but unmistakable in their symbolism. The slave's posture was slumped, a visual demonstration of the weight of their chains, both literal and metaphorical. Despite the simplicity of the drawing, there was an undeniable sense of gravity to it, as if the artist had somehow infused their work with the collective sorrow of every soul who had ever borne such shackles. Zoe felt a twinge of something akin to recognition, silent acknowledgement of the deep-seated understanding of what it meant to be trapped. Her eyes lingered on the bound wrists, and she couldn't help but feel a pang of empathy for the figure, so starkly alone on the vast cold wall. The image, though primitive, spoke volumes. "This lyre, it makes you a slave?" The face turned into a frowny face emoji. "The music. You have to obey it? Again, a nod from the frowny face. These creatures, these sentient beings, the human race had no idea they even existed. Yet they had watched on throughout the centuries like ghosts. They were haunted by what they saw in humanity. But they understood. King Midas was a musician. Another nod. Zoe stared at the king's tortured face. Recognition and understanding dawning on her completely. You know what I'm going through, because you understand exactly what it's like to be trapped, powerless to free yourself, as King Midas was trapped by his own greed. Another nod. Biting her lower lip with unease, she shook her head. In the end, the king's greed had killed him. These sentient beings didn't blame him. They knew he was trapped, just like they were, compelled by the overpowering force of gold. Zoe said, "But why did you show me this?" The face turned into her face once more, in an expression that suggested it was shocked she hadn't managed to join the dots. Zoe sucked in a breath and breathed out through pursed lips. You want me to know that you understand what I'm going through, and what? She shook her head, not sure she was going to even say it. You wanted to help me? But how? I don't understand. The face began to change its features again. It looked like one of the emojis that gestured, "If only there were a way." Zoe paused, then suddenly grinned. Out loud she said, "Maybe there is a way you can help me after all." Chapter 90. Gordes, France. The walled city of Gordes was perched precipitously upon its hilltop. It had that timeless allure that left no visitor unaffected. In days long past, the limestone fortress had unfurled itself like a craggy, coiled serpent, its walls forming an impenetrable barrier against the world outside. Even in the face of modernity, the fortification retained an unmistakable aura of the past, its golden brown stones weathered by centuries of sun, wind, and rain. Narrow serpentine lanes zigzagged between the city's high stone walls, hiding behind them a labyrinth of secret passageways and hidden courtyards. Every corner turned in Gordes promised the thrill of discovery, unveiling art galleries, rustic bistros, and rustic artisan shops tucked away with hushed intimacy. The cobblestone streets echoed with the distant memory of horseshoes striking stone, now replaced by the muted murmuring of tourists and the soft padding of local footsteps. Dominating the town's skyline, the Château de Gordes cast a long shadow that danced with the sun's arc. It loomed above the terracotta rooftops like a stone sentinel, a solemn witness to a bygone era of power and prestige. Below the city, the land rolled out in waves of lush green, dotted here and there with rows of gnarled olive trees and lavender fields. The flowers' rich scent created an aromatic tapestry that wove through the narrow streets, mingling with the scent of freshly baked bread from the boulangerie, or the pungent tang of local cheese from the fromagerie. As the evening sun began to set, it bathed Gordes in a rich, warm glow, illuminating every crevice and highlighting the city's contours in ethereal light. As the azure sky was gradually speckled with stars, the town twinkled with its own galaxy of lights. Under the cloak of darkness, the ancient city transformed into a canvas of shadows and golden lights, a truly spectacular sight that ensnared the hearts of those fortunate enough to witness it. The cramped and narrow confines of Gordes prevented Sam from landing the Robinson 44 anywhere. Instead, he circled around and found an open field at the bottom where he could put his craft down. Sam got out of the helicopter, craned his neck, and looked up. Gord stood before him. Age-old stones, bronzed by time and elements, staunch against the onslaught of centuries. With the limestone fortress sprawling up the hill, it looked like a massive slumbering beast, a silent guardian keeping watch over the patchwork of roofs that lay in its shadow. As Sam's gaze wandered downward, he saw the land unfurl beneath the city like a great quilted blanket. He could almost taste the clean air flavored with the essence of olives and lavender, the tantalizing aroma making him yearn to lose himself in those fields. As the sun began to descend, it set the city aflame in an ethereal glow, as though the stones were alight with their own inner fire. The darkness followed close behind, but the town didn't succumb. Instead, it wore the night like a regal cape, studded with thousands of twinkling lights. They walked toward the main road, hoping to get a lift to the top of the hill. Tom said, "I still don't know where we're going." "St. Firmin, of course." "Obviously," Tom said. "But then what are we going to do? I mean, this place must be visited by thousands of people a year. If there was some indication that the Midas Vault was buried there, someone would have found it by now. What are you thinking of doing? Going there and asking if they know anything about what happened to Claude Gaspard more than 200 years ago and hope to get lucky?" Sam shrugged. "That seems like a good place to start." Chapter 91. St. Firmin, Gord. Sam waited until the priest finished the evening homily. Everyone has their own idea of what a priest should look like. This one met Sam's concept of a man of God. The priest carried an air of serene wisdom, reflective of the ancient stone walls that surrounded him. His hair was a soft shade of silver, mirroring the time-worn limestone of the church, and his eyes sparkled with a quiet compassion and intelligence. He wore the traditional vestments with a humble grace, the fabric moving softly with each step he took along the hallowed aisles. His voice, when he spoke, was like a gentle melody, imbued with the richness of faith and the warmth of a life devoted to serving his community. His hands, though aged, were steady and reassuring, often raised in blessing or clasped in prayer, embodying a lifetime of devotion. He was a lean, sinewy man with deep-set eyes, the same gray as his hair. His face was narrow, with a patrician nose, high cheekbones, and a slightly pointed chin. It was an ascetic face that appeared to Sam as very fitting a priest of some holy order that still believed in self-flagellation, in the purification of the soul through suffering. When the last of the worshippers had left, Sam approached him. The priest glanced up and with a warm smile asked, "How may I help?" "I'm sorry to interrupt your homily, Father. The help I'm searching for isn't strictly religious. I'm looking for someone who can help me with records of members of the church." The priest arched his bushy eyebrows. "This pursuit you have undertaken? You are searching for someone?" "Yes, someone who we believe used to live here." "Does he or she want to be found?" Sam suppressed a grin. "I doubt they want anything anymore. The person I'm looking for visited this church some 200 years ago." The priest lifted a hand. "I am well aware of the passing of time just by looking in the mirror, but I fear I wasn't around here that long ago." Sam said, "Is there some sort of written record dating back to that period?" The priest nodded. "There will be. The Catholic Church prides itself on keeping strict records." He smiled. "Out of interest, what is the name you're looking for?" "Claude Bertrand." "Oh." Recognition rose across the priest's kind face. That I can help you with without going to the records. Really? Of course. Claude Bertrand was one of our largest donors ever. How interesting, Sam said. Tom looked at him. I wonder if he's the right one. I can't tell you that, the priest said, but I can tell you his donation was in the form of a giant gold nugget. Sam exchanged a glance with Tom. I guess he is the right one. Anything else I can help you with? The priest asked. Sam said, Any chance you know where Bertrand lived all those years ago? The priest nodded. As a matter of fact, I do. There is an older couple who regularly visits this house of worship. They once mentioned that they live in the house once owned by Claude Bertrand. Sam said, That's great news. We've come a long way to find some information about him after he fought in the Battle of Bailin. It would be wonderful to see where he lived. Perhaps the owners may be willing to show us. Perhaps, the priest said noncommittally. I'll give you their address, but it will be up to them if they choose to talk to you. Thank you, Father, Sam said respectfully. The priest said, Godspeed on your quest. Chapter 92. Sam knocked on the door. Tom exchanged a glance with him. It looked somewhat normal and mundane for someone who had the power to draw upon gold whenever he wanted. Yeah, maybe he decided not to use the gold for his own purpose, but instead to give its glory to the church. Maybe. Tom's lips parted in a wry smile. I'm still interested to see how you plan to play this thing. You don't think this will lead to the Midas Vault? I don't even know what you're planning on asking these poor people. After all, Bertrand lived here some 200 years ago. I don't know what you think we can find here, short of bulldozing the house and seeing if there's a pile of gold buried beneath it. I don't know. I'll think of something to say. An old lady opened the door and greeted them. Bonsoir. Bonsoir, Sam replied. I'm sorry to interrupt your evening. We just came from St. Firmin. The father there mentioned that this is the address where Claude Bertrand once lived over 200 years ago. The little old lady stared at them, her eyes darting between each of them. Her lips then beamed with a warm smile. Are you looking for the same thing as Professor Legrand? Sam grinned. Yes. The professor was an angel. Really? He returned a few months after visiting and gifted us a solid bar of gold for our help. Says he was doing a research project on Claude Bertrand. Sam grinned. I don't suppose you know where he went, do you? Not after he was here. Sam frowned. So the professor didn't find anything here? Oh, no, you misunderstand me. The professor was very happy with his discovery here. He said that there was some cave art, took some photos. Apparently they're hanging up at some museum somewhere. Sam's heart hammered in his chest. He could feel they were getting close. I don't suppose you can show me where the cave art is? Afraid not. That would be impossible. Sam's hopes dipped again. No? Was the wall destroyed or removed since he had been here? Nothing like that. It's just I'm too old, and even if I weren't, I've never liked tight spaces, so I was never going to visit it. I don't know if you're good at that sort of thing, but you're welcome to try and look at it. Sam looked at Tom. I told you something would come up. He grinned. That would be wonderful. The woman in her 80s moved quickly as though she had other things to do. Her husband greeted them, and she told him that Sam and Tom were associates of Professor Legrand, and her husband followed them. The woman led them both through a rabbit warren that eventually reached a disused well. Sam stared into the well. His eyes turned to the woman. Any idea where the well leads? They both shrugged. No idea, but the professor, he brought in some of that scuba gear and dived it with one of his students. That's amazing. I don't suppose you mind if we have a look at what he found." "Go ahead. I don't suppose you have another gold bar." "Look, if King Midas is buried down there," Sam said, "we'll bring you back something." Chapter 93. The diver propulsion vehicle whirred. It was a shallow dive, no more than 20 feet at its steepest point. Sam maneuvered through the passageway, followed by Tom. The modern world faded away, replaced by the liquid cool of the water and the silent echo of the past extending back over 1,000 years. The submerged entrance to the well was encrusted with mineral deposits and draped in shreds of tenacious algae, vestiges of the centuries it had spent quenching the thirst of the walled city. It had watched civilizations rise and fall, enduring through the era of the Benedictine Abbey of Saint Chaffret, and reaching even further back to the time of the Roman cella that once stood proud before the Arab invasions. 200 years ago, there had been a prolonged flood and deeper wells had been dug, while these passages had lain dry, allowing Claude Bertrand to use them. It was an easy corridor to navigate, running north to south. The beam of their underwater lights slicing through the Stygian darkness, illuminating the well's stone walls, which bore the scars and the script of ages past. Their sea scooters propelled them through the water, down into the submerged mysteries of Gourd, into the belly of the ancient city. There were a few offshoots that ran east and west, but they left those, marking their entrance with a piece of pink chalk. At about 400 feet, a new passage opened. This one didn't appear to be long. Unlike the crisp walls of the well's labyrinthian passages, this corridor was held up by a wood adit, more like a mine shaft than a water repository. Sam stopped. He looked at Tom. The two men nodded in agreement. This was the place. Sam marked the entrance so they could reverse their course in a pinch if they needed to. He then throttled the electric motor. The diver propulsion vehicle whirred as they entered what appeared to hopefully be a 200-year-old mine shaft. They navigated through the dark, winding tunnel, their path lit only by the beam at the front of their diver propulsion vehicles. It was soon clear that they had got it wrong. This mine shaft was much older. The stone walls bore the mark of chisel and hammer, signs of deliberate construction. It was older, far older than the well, an architectural relic of a time when the Roman banner flew over Gaul. Finally, they surfaced in an air-filled cavern, the diver propulsion vehicles breaking the surface of the water with a splash that echoed through the vast, shadowy expanse. The smell of damp stone and the earthy richness of the soil permeated the air. As they climbed onto the rocky shore and removed their diving gear, they found themselves in the presence of a startling discovery. Glinting in the beam of Sam's light, in the far corner of the cavern, were the remnants of an ancient Roman forge. There were broken tools and cracked pottery, the long-cooled coals of a hearth, and a subtle golden sheen on the stone floor. Sam walked closer, his heart pounding as he bent to pick up a small piece of slag. Holding it up to his light, he could see tiny flecks of gold trapped in the material. Awe filled his voice as he called out to Tom, This is an ancient Roman gold mine." The echo carried his words, threading them through the hidden veins of the cavern. The Romans had mined gold here, smelting and separating the precious metal from the ore in this very cavern. His keen eyes scanned the surroundings, noting a wealth of broken and whole clay pots and the distinctive black residue of ancient smelting operations. He knelt, his gloved hand brushing over a weathered stone tablet that bore the marks of intense heat and repeated hammering. An inexplicable chill ran down his spine as he picked up a small, gleaming nugget half buried in the sand. As he held it to the light, its luster was undeniable. "Gold," he breathed, the word echoing off the walls. In an instant, the pieces fell into place. The Roman cella, the tunnels, the smelting artifacts, and now this nugget. This wasn't merely a well or a series of passageways. This was a long-lost gold mine, a treasure trove of knowledge and artifacts concealed beneath the picturesque city of Gord. With wide eyes, Sam looked at Tom. The magnitude of their discovery hung in the air, a golden secret whispered from a long-forgotten past. Tom ran his gaze across the gold, turning to Sam. "What do you think?" "I'm not sure yet, but if I had to guess, I'd say we found the remnants of the Midas Vault." Chapter 94. Amid the debris of pottery and smelting residue, Sam's gaze landed on a peculiar object, a metallic item partially encrusted in a patina of age. Kneeling, he picked it up, wiping away the centuries-old dust with a gentle stroke of his gloved hand. The object, when finally revealed in the beam of his headlamp, was a roughly cylindrical device with a spout on one side. "Tom," Sam called, holding the object up to the light. "This is definitely Roman. It's a device they use to separate gold from the ore." In the eerie silence of the tunnel, Tom's incredulous gaze flickered between Sam and the artifact. Curiosity piqued, he moved closer, his eyes squinting in the dim light to get a better look at the piece of antiquity Sam held. Sam continued, his voice taking on a reverential tone as he unraveled the mysteries of the Roman gold extraction process. "They were masters of metallurgy, Tom," he began. "To separate gold from the silver in the ore, they employed a fascinating method known as granulation." Using the cylindrical device in his hand as a prop, he explained, "First they would melt the alloy in crucibles, similar to those we see scattered around. Once the metal reached a liquid state, they'd pour it into cold water through the spout on this device." He paused, setting the object down and gesturing toward a nearby pool of water. That process caused the molten metal to granulate, to break into tiny pieces as it cooled, and solidified almost instantly. Picking up a handful of sand, he let it slip through his fingers back onto the ground. The granulated metal would then be smelted again, but this time with salt. His voice echoed off the ancient walls as he delved deeper into the process. The salt would react with the silver in the granules, transforming it into silver chloride. Since silver chloride is not a metal, it would separate from the gold during the smelting process, leaving behind pure gold. His gaze returned to the artifact in his hand, a newfound respect for its seemingly simple design evident in his eyes. "And that, Tom, is how the Romans managed to mine and purify gold. Ingenious, don't you think?" In the dim light of the tunnel, Tom nodded, utterly captivated by what they had found. The air seemed to hum with the whispers of the past, of the Roman miners who once toiled in these depths, the echoes of their hammers and the brilliance of their metallurgical prowess preserved beneath the city of Gord. This was where he used the Midas Vault? It would appear so. Where's all the gold? Long gone by the looks of things. But we still have no idea where the Midas Vault is. Then, as if as a means of answering, the beams of their headlamps fixed on an image of pure gold etched into the wall. It depicted a mountain. Tom said, "Unless I'm mistaken, that's Alps in Samoa, France." "You're not mistaken. That opening there is the entrance to the Gouffre Jean Bernard cave." Sam grinned. "And the Midas Vault." Chapter 95. The cavern echoed with the low hum of propellers and the sound of bubbles escaping into the water above as 3 dark figures appeared in the entrance of the cavern. Sam and Tom, caught off guard, had no time to ponder who these intruders were. Their silent, ominous approach left little room for doubt. The intruders were not here in pursuit of historical discovery. Underwater lights glinted menacingly off the metallic surfaces of their diver propulsion vehicles as they accelerated toward Sam and Tom. The 2 friends, realizing the imminent danger, bolted to their own scooters. They launched into the depths of the flooded cavern, their breaths echoing eerily in their full-face dive masks. "Sam, take the north tunnel." Tom's voice crackled through the radio, barely audible above the rush of the water and the hum of the scooters. The chase was on, their pursuers hot on their heels. The beams from their enemies' lights were flashing as they moved toward them, creating a frightening spectacle in the water. They dodged stalactites and stalagmites, zipping through the labyrinthine network of tunnels, their heartbeats pounding in sync with the hum of their vehicles. Every now and then they were forced to deflect an oncoming attacker, using the body of their scooter as a shield or a battering ram. It was a deadly game of cat and mouse in the most unlikely of arenas. In a daring move, Sam spun his scooter around and sped toward an oncoming attacker. With a swift motion, he used his scooter to knock the attacker's machine, causing the diver to spin out of control. "Go, Tom, go!" Sam called into the radio as he swiftly turned to follow his friend into an unexplored tunnel. They raced through the tunnel. The echoes of their pursuers were growing distant. Guided by their instinct and hope, they shot through a series of smaller channels and interconnected caves, the geological complexity of the mountain aiding their escape. There was a glistening light from up ahead, like the surface of an open well. Sam said, "Tom, to your left." Tom said, "I see it." Together they raced toward the light at full speed, their dive propulsion vehicles rocketing along like bullets fired from a gun. As they came to the surface, they both popped out of the water like corks from a bottle of champagne. Sam took in his new surroundings. They had surfaced inside a large fountain within a modern building, its decor indicating it was an upscale boutique hotel. Stunned guests stared from the nearby restaurant area, their meals forgotten at the sight of 2 divers emerging from a decorative indoor pond, the echoes of their adventurous escape still lingering in the crystalline water. A green Citroën 2CV squealed to a halt at the front of the building. Its driver looked for the valet to park the car. Before he found one, Tom said, "I'll take your keys, thank you." The owner threw Tom the keys without looking. Tom opened the door and squeezed inside. Turning with surprise, the car's owner swore. "Hey, you, stop!" Sam climbed in. Someone began shooting from behind. The car's owner and everyone around them dove down and hit the floor. Tom hit the accelerator. The car lurched forward. Tom weaved the classic French car through Gord's narrow streets with a reckless precision, the vehicle's suspension groaning as he sent it over the city's bumpy stones. Sam could hear the staccato of a small machine gun. Tom slammed the Citroën around a sharp corner, the tires screeching against the cobblestone, and disappeared. Sam looked back over his shoulder. "We lost them," Tom said. "But there's no doubt they would have seen the same image we saw. Even if they didn't see it the first time round, they're bound to go back and investigate now. Soon they'll know the Midas Vault is in the Gouffre Jean Bernard cave." Sam grinned. "Then we'll just have to make sure to beat them to it." Chapter 96. Gouffre Jean Bernard Cave, France. Zoe stared up at the opening at the top of the cathedral chamber. It required a 240-foot rope, ascenders, and about an hour of hard work to reach ordinarily. She looked at it and wondered if she were clinically mad. Then she scratched a single horizontal mark on the rock face. Nothing happened. A moment later, she began to whistle an eerie tune. Still nothing happened. Her heart was racing. She scratched harder, and then something happened. The deep groove, etched into the rock face, began to fill with something bright and shiny. It started slowly and then sped up, quickly filling. It cooled and hardened into something hard, a solid gold rung. Her fingers gripped the metal hold, testing its strength with her body weight. Zoe's eyes drifted upward. It might take a while, but we'll get there. That's great, she said out loud. It was a start, the first rung in the world's most expensive ladder. Chapter 97. Sam felt at home in the Robinson R-44. He and Tom were breathing 100% oxygen from masks. They were cutting the line between scuba diving and flying razor thin. Inhaling pure oxygen would offset some of the risks. A lifetime of diving meant he knew intrinsically which dangers were still a possibility. You could only enter the Gouffre Jean-Bernard cave 7,654 feet above sea level. They would then descend quickly. He just hoped the nitrogen had had time to blow off. His hands delicately worked the helicopter's controls as he raced across the Alps towards Samoa, France. Next to him, Tom navigated the fastest route to the cave and planned their descent. The crisp air and breathtaking scenery of the snow-capped mountains unfolded beneath them as they journeyed toward the Gouffre Jean-Bernard cave. There are 13 entrances, Tom said. Let's take the original one. It leads to the fast track to the bottom of the cave. Agreed. Sam's eyes searched the mountain peak, looking for an opening. Where is it? Tom pointed to his left. There was a small level section on the mountain with a grassy ledge next to a tiny, jagged scar. It was the notoriously uninspiring start to one of the world's deepest caves. There, you see it? Tom asked. Put us down on that rocky ledge. Sam nodded. Okay. Sam expertly guided the helicopter in a smooth descent, navigating the alpine winds with ease. He held his breath as they approached the ground, landing gracefully just outside the entrance of the Gouffre Jean-Bernard cave. Sam cut the power to the engines. The rotors slowed, and the immense silence of the mountains enveloped them, a stark contrast to the hum of the helicopter's engine. They were on a strict time limit. Whoever followed them into the flooded mine shaft come water catchment for Gord was bound to have seen the image of this mountain range. If they were capable of following Sam's movements to Gord, it was unlikely they were going to miss the relevance of the Golden Range. The Midas colony were supposed to be sentient. The professor had told him that the creatures missed their home. They longed to return to it, and they felt enslaved by the Midas Vault. They were obviously lonely and doing the same thing most prisoners do when they are trapped. They create images of the world they left behind and what they missed most. The Relic Hunter would have been aware of this. Ergo, either she or her team, who had followed Sam and Tom into the well at Gord, would have known this and, like the professor before them, would have instantly recognized the meaning of the Golden Mountain Range etched into the side of the wall. Sam was pretty sure they were ahead of the game, but they had a long way to go to reach the bottom of the Gouffre Jean-Bernard, locate the lava lake, and destroy the Midas Vault for good. They grabbed their caving packs, their ropes, and donned bullet-resistant vests. They might have beaten the Relic Hunter to the cave, but that didn't mean they would get back again before she and her small army arrived. Better to be prepared. They each carried a Beretta semi-automatic, along with 3 magazines of 15 rounds of 9mm parabellums. Attached to their backpacks, they each carried a Mossberg 590 A1-inch 12-gauge pump-action shotgun, one of the most popular weapons used by tactical police and special forces in close-quarters combat, storming buildings, and in this case, fighting in caves. Sam reached into the back of the helicopter. He withdrew a small box containing 5 ETMP hand grenades. The recently developed enhanced tactical multipurpose hand grenade allowed its user to choose between concussive or fragmentation blasts with the flip of a lever. Contrary to what the ubiquitous World War II movies would have us believe, grenades aren't just green pineapples with pins sticking out of them. There were many types with varying purposes, including incendiary grenades for destroying equipment, gas grenades for crowd control, smoke grenades, stun grenades, anti-tank grenades, and even illumination grenades to cast a bit of light on the subject. The 2 main lethal types were concussion and fragmentation. Concussion grenades are listed as offensive because they kill by means of blast. They have a small danger radius, so soldiers can use them while advancing in the open without fear of being caught in the blast wave. Fragmentation grenades, on the other hand, are defensive. In addition to a high explosive charge, the fragmentation grenade has a sleeve filled with ball bearings or is wrapped in wire or a metal casing that shatters into lethal bits on detonation. These typically have a danger radius of 50 feet, so soldiers must be behind cover when using them. Tom examined the newly developed grenade, his face a mask of curiosity, healthy respect, and well-controlled apprehension. Sam said, "At the flip of a lever, the ETMP changes from one mode to the other, up for concussive and down for fragmentation." "All right." With a lazy grin, Tom picked 2 up for himself. "I think we're as good as we're going to be." Sam grabbed 2 for himself, and then switched the 5th one to live and fragmentation and placed it behind the pilot seat of the Robinson 44. Tom arched an eyebrow. "Hey, I'm all for being careful and ahead of ourselves, but how is destroying our own helicopter going to do anything but help the Relic Hunter?" Sam grinned. "No, this is backup. If the Relic Hunter does manage to get hold of the Midas Vault, there's a possibility that she would take our Robinson 44 as the easiest means off the mountain. If that happens, I can activate the grenade wirelessly on my cell phone." "Oh, sneaky! I like it. Just be sure to deactivate it before we take off. The last thing we need is an active grenade rolling around in the cockpit." "All right, I will," Sam promised. A minute later, they were all set and began their descent of Gouffre Jean Bernard. Crawling through the small opening, it spread out into a larger cave. They followed a 100-foot abseil down a permanently fixed line, crossed a horizontal passageway, and reached the main drain, a section of the cave that dropped 690 feet. Sam began to prepare the rigging for his 750-foot rope. He stopped and swore. There was another rope, already attached to a nearby anchor. Not unexpected. There were plenty of cavers who explored Gouffre Jean Bernard. No reason to imagine that they would be on their own. Sam's eyes locked on the 2 carabiners. They were custom-made, with a small white, nearly translucent scorpion engraved on their side. They represented the Belisarius zambui, a.k.a. the blind, translucent, troglodytic scorpion. Sam had never heard of it until he met Luke Roebuck, who was proud to show him his caving motif. Chapter 98. Luke listened to Zoe's breathing. It came out in short, sharp rasps. The beam of her headlamp reflected back and forth across the ceiling of the cathedral chamber. Her unbridled focus was on nothing but climbing, as it should be, given that she was now nearly 200 feet off the ground, without rope, and somehow performing a miracle that would have impressed Spider-Man. Even so, Luke was becoming impatient. He'd beaten Sam Reilly and his crony Tom Bauer to the French Alps, he was certain. After all, he identified exactly where Zoe had been, and therefore where the professor had been. He knew it the second he spotted the image in the flooded mine inside Gord. He already had a helicopter fueled, waiting and ready for him. He hadn't even bothered trying to chase Sam. He didn't need to. There was nothing Sam could give him. The race was on to reach the Midas Vault. Thus, as soon as he shed his dive gear, he was in the air within minutes, and thankful that he hadn't been underwater for very long, given the altitude he was planning on climbing. He closed his eyes and mentally pictured altitude dive tables. Sam was in that water another 40 minutes longer than him. They were both diving with rebreathers. They were experienced enough to know to change to pure oxygen in the shallow water to reduce their deco time. Luke opened his eyes again. Sam and Tom would need to find a helicopter, and, even after taking huge shortcuts, they would have to kill a few hours clearing the nitrogen before they would even contemplate flying to the top of the Gouffre Jean Bernard cave. He played with his Type 14 Nambu pistol. Zoe pulled herself up onto the ledge. He fixed the pistol on her. "Hello, Zoe." She looked deflated but too tired to scream. "Who are you?" Luke made a faux hurt expression. "Oh, Zoe, after all you and I have been through, it pains me that you don't recognize me." Her face hard as steel, she directed her gaze at him. "You're the Wraith." "Guilty as charged." "What do you want?" "I want the Midas Vault." "I don't know what you're talking about." Luke glanced at the left side of his Japanese pistol. The top-heavy number 8 within a circle was stamped on the square frame, indicated that it was built in the Torimatsu Arsenal factory in Nagoya. The emblem represented the Sachi, the mythical protective dolphin that adorns the roof of Nagoya Castle. Next to it, he swung the safety lever 180 degrees from the Japanese symbol, An, which meant peaceful, to the other side, until it aligned with the Japanese symbol Ka, which meant fire. He fixed the pistol on her. Luke said, "Wow! After so much determination to live, to escape, then to get this close to freedom. It seems ridiculously unfortunate that all that effort should amount to nothing." Zoe said, "Wait! I can show you where to find more gold than you would have ever seen in your life." His eyes narrowed. "Where?" Zoe drew a breath. "I can take you to the tomb of King Midas." Chapter 99. Zoe stared at the Wraith. Without his cloak, she could see the man beneath the mask. He was in his mid to late 30s. His youthful good looks suggested a man much younger. His long, thick brown hair cascaded down his back. It was tied up in an intricate Viking plait. His face was clean-shaven, revealing a chiseled jaw-line, intelligent sky-blue eyes, and an enigmatic boyish grin. At face value, he looked incredibly handsome, but she saw through that. The removal of his mask had done little to improve his looks. All she could see was a small, petulant child, willing to do anything to get his favorite toy, without any understanding of any other person's feelings but his own. The stranger interrupted her thoughts. His nostrils flared. "Well, where is it?" "It's not far. We have to descend here and return to an alcove near the Midas nest." "So you found their nest, did you?" he said, recognition in his eyes. "Yes." "All right, show me King Midas's tomb." "Okay," Zoe said. "I'll just need to clip into the rope, and I'll meet you down there." The stranger shook his head. "No way, I wasn't born yesterday." Well, I need to get down there. He shrugged. I'll take the rope. You take whatever ladder you use to climb up. She opened her mouth to argue the point, and he said, Or I could just shoot you and keep looking for it myself. Zoe lifted a hand in an apologetic gesture. No, you're right. I could take the ladder. Together, they slowly reached the bottom of the cathedral. The stranger, who still hadn't told her his name, said, They built you a golden ladder. Ungrateful creatures, they never built me anything. Zoe said, You enslaved them. Me? No, it was King Midas. I didn't even come along and find the tool. That honor belongs to the good Professor Leonardo Legrand, who did that. Would you believe he came to me and asked for my help? She looked at him without trying to conceal her obvious skepticism. So, what went wrong with your perfect partnership? The professor decided they were sentient, and they didn't agree with being enslaved. The stranger turned his palms outward, as though that point of view was crazy. His eyes were sardonic now. I mean, bacteria are alive. Do we call it sentient? Do we grieve COVID-19 when people get better and it dies? And even if they are sentient, since when have we, as a society, let that get in the way of extreme wealth-generating capabilities? Indeed not, Zoe said. Mr. Roebuck, Luke Roebuck, at your service. Then Luke laughed as though what he said was one of the funnier things ever. Recalling that he was in a rush, he pointed the weapon at her. Just Luke, the guy with the gun. Okay, just Luke, the guy with the gun. Nice to meet you. Wish I met you under different circumstances. Maybe in another life. I doubt it. Come on, the tomb of Midas. She led him past the narrow section, where the Midas nest lived in peace and harmony. Zoe's steps were hesitant as she navigated the narrow, caving passage, her heart racing not just from the claustrophobic confines, but from the cold press of the pistol in Luke's hand. Luke, a few paces behind, prodded her forward with a mix of impatience and excitement. His eyes gleamed with a kind of greed and anticipation that chilled Zoe to the bone. She knew he was dangerous, but he was also crazy. A man consumed by the legend of King Midas and blinded by the lure of gold. The walls of the cave pressed in around them, damp and unyielding. Zoe tried to keep her breathing steady, but fear clung to her like the cave's shadows. Finally, they emerged into a vast chamber. The tomb of King Midas lay ahead, bathed in the beam of her own flashlight. There, on the stone dais, was the golden figure of the ancient king, his body turned to solid gold. Luke pushed past Zoe, his breath quickening with excitement. He approached the tomb, his eyes wide and shining, as if he couldn't believe the treasure before him. Zoe watched, her heart sinking. She saw no reverence in Luke's gaze, only the ugly glint of avarice and the hunger for wealth. As Luke reached out to touch the golden figure, Zoe shivered. Her eyes darted furtively from the tomb of Midas to Luke. Luke appeared to be already calculating how much the king's body would be able to fetch if he cut it up and melted it down, even before landing on the small passageway through which they had just arrived. It was still several feet away. If she made a run for it, could she reach the protection of the narrow cave? The answer was probably yes, but then where would she go? If she ran hard, she could reach the rope before Luke, but there was no way he would be slow enough to allow her to ascend to the top of the cathedral cave before he turned up and shot her dead. Then again, he was likely to shoot her dead anyway. She was just about to make a go at it when his voice cut through her thoughts. "Where is it?" "Where's what?" Zoe replied. "I've given you more gold than you could ever spend in a lifetime. It's not enough. I need the Midas Vault. The Midas Vault? Zoe said, a puzzled crease forming across her forehead. I don't even know what you're talking about. Of course you do. You came here with the professor to destroy it. Luke's nostrils flared with anger. The liar that played a tune so divine that the Midas colony were bound to follow it, bringing with them all the nearby gold. That was the tool used to enslave the Midas. I still don't understand what you're talking about. What professor? Leonardo Legrand, Luke said. You were hired by him to take him to the Midas home nest and destroy the liar. You're right. I was hired along with other cavers to help take him to an underground volcanic lake. The professor told us he was researching its history. Are you telling me he came here to destroy this liar? Luke's face registered genuine disbelief. He started to laugh. All this time you thought you were hired just as guides for a historical expedition? Afraid so. He came to destroy the Midas Vault, only he failed. Apparently it landed on a ledge that was out of reach. He pointed the gun at her. Take me to the underground lava lake. Show me exactly where the professor went. She turned her palms upright in a gesture of submission. Okay. If I do this, you will be able to make gold whenever you want. You will be the richest person on earth. Then will you let me leave? He shrugged. We'll see. No, I need you to promise me, she said, her words emphatic. Otherwise, how do I know you won't just kill me when you have it? Luke shrugged again. If you'd like, I could just shoot you now. All right, I'll take my chances. She lowered her head and met his gaze with her soft eyes. Please, find some goodness in you and let me go. Chapter 100. Luke stepped cautiously through the narrow volcanic chamber, feeling the oppressive heat envelop him. His boots crunched on the rugged, uneven ground as he advanced. The air was thick with the scent of sulfur, making every breath a laborious effort. The chamber opened into a huge vaulted expanse. Powerful forces had once shaped this place. The ledge he walked on was perilously narrow, a mere strip of rock suspended over a massive void that yawned beneath him. He peered over the edge, his heart pounding in his chest. Far below, a giant lake of lava simmered in the bowels of the earth. The magma bubbled and churned, casting an eerie glow that painted the walls of the chamber in shades of red and orange. It was a mesmerizing, terrifying sight. The fiery lake lying 100 or more feet below, a reminder of the sleeping volcano's dormant power. In his hand, Luke clutched a pistol, the metal warm from his grasp. Beside him, Zoe moved with a reluctant determination, her knowledge of this hidden place the only reason he had been able to navigate the treacherous underground pathways. She had shown him the way here, under the unspoken threat of the weapon he carried. The tension between them was palpable, a silent battle of wills playing out in this primordial arena. Luke gazed into the depths. The reality of where he stood struck him with full force. He was at the mercy of the earth itself, a visitor in a world far removed from the one he knew. The heat, the danger, the raw beauty of the volcanic chamber, it was all overwhelming, a stark reminder of the enemy he must conquer, nature's indomitable power. He walked ahead of Zoe. His eyes swept the ledge and entire chamber, scanning for any sign of the Midas Vault. He kept walking, his eyes on the narrowed ledge ahead of them. Where the hell did it go? I don't know. I didn't see the professor carrying anything. You're lying. I'm not, Zoe said. Luke turned around. His eyes landed on something. There was a small ledge some 10 feet below them, only visible by walking in this direction, looking back on the trail they had just crossed. He could see how the professor had made the mistake of dropping it onto a ledge instead of throwing it all the way down into the burning magma. He stared at the case, clearly in the outline of a lyre. It was made from rich, dark mahogany. Its surface was smooth and subtly gleaming. The case's shape, contoured perfectly to the lyre, had minimal embellishment, embodying functionality and understated beauty. He pointed the pistol at Zoe, gestured for her to walk to the dead end at the edge of the ledge. "Wait over there, while I go and retrieve it." Zoe's gaze darted toward the section they had just come from. The fear in her eyes registered how exposed the entire area was. Even a world-class sprinter wouldn't be quick enough to escape without getting shot. Gently, she raised her hands in a gesture of supplication. "Okay, I'm doing what you ask, Luke. Please just let me go." Luke ignored her, simply pointing the gun in her direction until she was all the way backed up against the cliff at the end of the ledge, with nowhere to go. "Good. Now stay there while I go get it." He grinned maliciously. "This might just be your lucky day." Luke removed his backpack and withdrew a short rope. Then he deftly secured an abseil rope to a protruding rock on the cliff face, his movements swift and precise. The rock, jutting out starkly against the sheer drop, provided a sturdy anchor point. With experienced hands, he double-checked the knots and harness, ensuring everything was secure. Then, with a deep breath, he leaned back into the void, trusting his equipment and skills. He abseiled down the face of the cliff, descending a mere 10 feet before reaching his target, a ledge where the lyre case lay. The descent, though short, was a delicate balance of control and speed as he maneuvered with ease to the safety of the ledge below. Upon reaching it, he quickly unhooked himself, his eyes fixed on the lyre case, the object of his careful descent. Abruptly, he gazed up at Zoe, pointed the pistol in her direction, and grinned. "I'm still watching you." She made no reply. He reached for and opened the mahogany case. It was extraordinarily heavy, so much so that he struggled to lift it with one hand. He tried a couple of times. Accepting the reality, he put the Japanese pistol in its holder, freeing up both hands. He opened the case. Inside, soft velvet-like lining in a deep burgundy protected the instrument. The natural grain of the wood with its unique patterns served as the primary decoration, complemented by gold hardware that blended seamlessly into the design. His eyes glistened with joy and hunger as he stared at the lyre. "Would you look at that? The Midas Vault is made of pure, unadulterated gold." Zoe began to pace, as though she were considering her next move. Luke shrugged. Let her pace. She wouldn't get far, no matter what she tried. In his left hand, he gripped the lyre as he brushed his right-hand fingers over the strings and played. It immediately produced a haunting melody. "Beautiful," he said, putting it back in its case quickly and placing the case in his backpack. "No more music for now, I think." Zoe made no response. Luke looked up at her. "This thing will draw up every last piece of gold nearby as the Midas colony are enslaved once more into the Midas Vault." Zoe shook her head. "You got what you want. Now let me go." He ignored her and continued. "I don't think I want to summon all that gold here on this ledge. It might make it very taxing to bring it out of the cave. No, I'll do that once I'm on the surface." Luke awkwardly put the now extremely heavy pack over his shoulders, securing its chest and waist straps tight. "You won't believe how heavy this thing is," he said conversationally. Zoe didn't reply. Once again he glanced at Zoe, a wolfish grin across his parted lips. "I know what you're thinking." Zoe looked panicked, her eyes darting around, searching for something to arm herself with. "You're thinking," Luke said with a knowing smirk, "how come he's not worried about being turned to gold just like the poor King Midas?" "I don't know what you're talking about," Zoe said in short, crisp words. "Of course you do. You know how this works. I play the instrument, it summons the Midas colony. Then those stupid subatomic creatures are enslaved by the lyre's sweet sounds. They come running with all the gold they can carry. In the process, I get turned into gold." Zoe shrugged. "Okay, why aren't you worried about going the way of King Midas?" "Because this is the 21st century." Luke reached for his pistol. "We're enlightened now. Science has come a long way. Not enough to understand how to make gold yet, but at least enough to know how to prevent it from spreading." He clicked his shoes together, like Dorothy with her ruby slippers. "See? These aren't simple, off-the-shelf caving boots. I had them specially made so they're lined with lead. As I'm sure you are aware, lead is an extremely dense element. It's often used for its ability to block radiation, and it's also highly effective at blocking subatomic particles." He shot her a smug smirk. "Even gold." Luke had expected Zoe to be impressed, or at least surprised, that he'd thought far enough ahead to prevent himself going the way of the ancient Phrygian king. Instead, her mouth remained defiantly clamped shut. "No bother." Luke said, "So, you see, I'm perfectly safe to take the Midas Vault with me. And when I open it, all I have to do is place it on the ground. Then all this gold, the king himself, his tomb, and that beautiful ladder they so graciously made for you, all of it will be brought to me." Luke could see Zoe wasn't going to give him the recognition he felt he deserved. He began to laugh sardonically. He then raised the Japanese pistol and aimed it at her. Zoe screamed, "We had a fucking deal!" He spread his arms, turning them outward. "What can I say? You were right not to trust me." Luke's finger gently took up the slack in the old pistol's trigger. The sound of a shot filled the chamber. Chapter 101. Sam squeezed the trigger. His Beretta fired. A single 9x19mm Parabellum left the barrel at a speed of 1,250 feet per second. The round struck Luke's left leg below the kneecap. A raw, guttural scream tore through the air. The sound, resonating off the cliff walls, was primal, filled with shock and agony. It was a human sound, one of pure, unadulterated pain, the kind of hurt that instinctively pulled at Sam's heartstrings, despite the circumstances. Luke's body jerked violently with the impact, causing him to lose his footing and slide off the ledge. Sam watched as, almost in slow motion, Luke fell. He went down, then his legs slipped off and over the cliff and into the void below. He hung there on the ledge. Luke's fingers were desperately clutching. He had a precarious hold of pure volcanic rock. The terror in his scream changed into grunts of exertion as he struggled to maintain his grip. Each desperate sound was a primal struggle against the inevitable. Tom ran to Zoe to help her. Sam grabbed the rope and peered over the edge. Luke was dangling precariously. His fingers were white from strain, his face contorted with pain and effort. His backpack, filled with the weight of the Midas Vault, was pulling him off the cliff. The man was young and strong, but it was impossible for him to overcome gravity, not with the burden of solid gold on his back heavily pulling him down. The lava lake bubbled gleefully below him, as though it were alive, and eager to digest its incoming meal. "Drop the Midas Vault and give me your hand. I'll pull you up." Luke shook his head. "No! You just want the gold for yourself." "Don't be stupid. Just drop it and save your life." "Never," he said, stubborn in the madness of his greed. Sam shook his head. "Are you nuts? Its weight is pulling you down. There's no chance you can climb out with it. Cut the straps and let it go." Luke's eyes were wide, filled with the dissonance of abject terror and avarice. "But I've risked everything for this." Sam shrugged. "And it will come to nothing if you lose your life for it." "No, you just want to take the gold for yourself," he repeated, his scream vitriolic. "Don't be ridiculous. How am I going to get your gold if you drop it into the lava?" With a sigh, Sam pulled out a few rope pulleys and began the tedious task of setting up a Z-rig needed to form the block and tackle to rescue Luke. The basic arrangement results in pulling the hauling end 3 times the distance that the load is moved, providing a theoretical mechanical advantage of 3 to 1. There was a sharp scream. Sam stopped setting up the rescue rig and looked over the edge. He watched in horror as a surreal transformation unfolded before his eyes. Luke clung desperately to the ledge, his fingers making clear contact with the volcanic stone. No longer safe from the influx of gold by the enslaved Midas colony through his lead-lined caving boots, gold, summoned by the mysterious power of the lyre, began to flow through Luke's fingers. Sam could hardly believe what he was seeing. Gold seeped into Luke's skin, transforming him. His fingers, hands, and gradually his entire body began to morph. Just like the king before him, he was turning into gold. Luke's human form, once animated with struggle and pain, was becoming a gleaming golden statue. Only his eyes remained alive and fleshy. His pupils, enlarged with terror, were staring upward, desperate, pleading. The transformation was mesmerizing and terrifying. As Luke's body altered, the weight of his now metallic form became too much for his golden fingers to bear. Under the immense, unyielding burden, they started to give way. One by one, his golden fingers snapped. It was a sound eerily clear even from Sam's distance. With the last of his fingers breaking, Luke's body, now a lifeless statue, plummeted downward. Luke fell. Sam watched as the madman's golden form hurtled toward the churning lava lake below. What was left of Luke landed on the magma with a colossal splat, molten lava erupting upward into a fiery plume. The brilliant gleam of gold lay on top of the seething red-orange lava. The contrast was stark and horrifying. A moment later, the golden body submerged as the intense heat of the lava began its relentless work. Luke's form lost its shape, the metal unable to withstand the extreme temperatures. To Sam, witnessing this from above, it appeared as if the madman was dissolving, his golden body slowly melting away into a shimmering liquid state. The gold, which had completely enveloped Luke, began to burn and turn into a fluid, blending with the molten rock. The transformation was swift. What once was Luke was now a golden effigy. Within moments it became indistinguishable from the lava's fiery cauldron. The process was compelling. Sam could do nothing but watch in stunned silence as the lava swallowed Luke's remains, the gold disappearing into the lake's depths. The reality of the situation hit him with brutal finality. Luke, transformed and lost to the lava, left Sam with a haunting memory of a golden man melting away into nothingness. Yet the Midas colony was finally freed of the chains it had endured for millennia. Chapter 102. Corpus Christi Spohn Hospital, Texas. Mia's journey back to consciousness was gradual, like emerging from a deep, enveloping fog. As awareness slowly crept back into her mind, she became vaguely cognizant of her surroundings, the sterile smell of the hospital, the rhythmic beeping of machines, and the soft, muted colors of the intensive care unit. Her eyes fluttered open, the bright lights above casting a gentle glow on her vision, still blurred and unsteady. For a moment Mia lay still, trying to piece together the fragments of memory that seemed scattered in her mind. The sense of disorientation was overwhelming, but beneath it there was a surge of relief, a subconscious understanding that she had crossed over a significant threshold. Gathering her strength, Mia attempted to speak. Her throat felt dry and unused, a sensation that made her first attempt nothing more than a hoarse whisper. It took a concerted effort, a summoning of willpower she didn't know she possessed, to finally produce a sound. Her voice, when it emerged, was weak and barely audible, yet it marked a monumental moment for her. "Mikal?" she managed to utter, her voice trembling with uncertainty and vulnerability. The single word hung in the air, an indication of her resilience, her fight to return from the depths of unconsciousness. "I'm here," came Mikal Chermak, her boyfriend's soft voice, his green eyes warm with love. She felt his arms embrace her. "You're awake!" She blinked. "What happened?" "You were stabbed." She instinctively felt the back of her head. Her hands touched the shaved section of her scalp. She frowned. "I don't remember." "What do you remember?" "I was in prison. They thought I had killed my fellow caving team. All of them." She tilted her head. "Was it all a dream?" "I'm afraid not." It was a woman's voice, someone standing in the distance toward the end of the room like an outlier who didn't quite belong. The voice was familiar, but she couldn't put it together. The woman stepped forward. "Zoe?" Mia said. There were tears in Zoe's eyes. "Yes. Oh, it's so good to see you." Mia felt Zoe's arms wrap gently around her, and tears from her friend fell on her cheek. Mia asked, "Where are the rest of the team? I heard the professor had brought the old crew back together. How is everybody?" Zoe made a face. It looked torn, undecided, as if she didn't know if this was the right time to talk about it. Then she suddenly realized there was never going to be a right time. She met her gaze. "They're all dead. You were the only one that made it out." "What did the professor do?" "He's dead, too." "Why?" Mia shook her head, struggling to understand what happened. "None of this makes sense." 5 years ago, the professor found the Midas Vault at the bottom of the Gouffre Jean Bernard Cave, France. He got very rich very quickly. Not long after, he made friends with some bad people. One of those, a woman known only as the Relic Hunter, tried to do everything in her power to acquire the Midas Vault. In the process, she killed off anyone who knew about it and its whereabouts. "But none of us knew the professor was even looking for the Midas Vault." "I know, but the Relic Hunter didn't. She knew the professor had put together a team of ace cavers and then turned up with the Midas Vault." "So where is this Relic Hunter now?" Mia asked, trying to sit up. "Are we going to be next?" "We don't know where the Relic Hunter is, but it's unlikely she will come after us again." "Why?" "The Midas Vault was destroyed, thrown into the lava lake, where it was returned to the earth." "Someone destroyed the Midas Vault?" Zoe shrugged. "Technically, Luke Roebuck got greedy and went the way of King Midas, turning to gold, before falling, along with the Midas Vault, into the lava lake. Wait, Luke, the volunteer, was working for the Relic Hunter? It appears so. He was the wraith who killed everyone in the Chevé Cave? Yes. So, that's that then. Everyone involved, both good and bad, is dead. Except the Relic Hunter. Any idea who she is or where she's gone? Sam Reilly says they have only a few leads, but he's putting together an international team of experts to find her. Says it's only a matter of time before she is caught and brought to justice. All right. So, it's over, Mia said, mentally dismissing the nightmare, her struggles to survive, the trial, and the hell of prison. This was no longer her fight. Worse, she didn't feel like she had the energy for a life-or-death battle just now. Probably she never would again. Zoe squeezed her hand. It's over, Mia said. Did I tell you Mikal and I are getting married? No, you didn't. Zoe had a bemused expression on her face. I haven't seen you for years. I know. I'm sorry. I proposed to him before I went to Chevé. He said yes, but wanted to wait until I got back before we told everyone. She turned to Mikal. Sorry. I hope you don't mind me telling her. Given everything that's happened, keeping it a secret seems somewhat irrelevant. He dismissed her fears with a wave of his hand. Don't worry about it. I'm just glad you're still happy to marry me. Having gotten this close to narrowly escaping death, I know I want to spend the rest of my life with you. That's nice, Mikal said. I have one thing I would like to change. Really? Yeah, I was thinking it would be better to have our wedding rings made out of wood instead of gold. Would that be all right with you? I don't mind. Why? I've been thinking. One side of her mouth quirked up. Yes? Mikal looked at her with warmth in his eyes. Honestly, I'd be happy to never lay eyes on gold ever again. Chapter 103. On Board the Tehillah, Mediterranean Sea. Sam Reilly typed in the code to the secure armory at the heart of the Tehillah, went to put away the box of ETMP hand grenades. He opened the box and prepared to line them up in their purpose-built, secure drawer. He frowned. One was missing. Sam leaned out the armory door and said, Tom, you had better contact that helicopter company we hired the Robinson 44 from. I want to let them know there's still an ETMP hand grenade sitting under the pilot's seat. I'll give a call now and send someone to retrieve it. Send them my apologies and tell them I'll make it up to them. He put away his Beretta and shotgun. A moment later, his cell phone rang. Hello, he said cautiously, expecting it to be the owner of the Robinson 44 about to complain. Sam, came a familiar voice from his past. Is that you? A wry grin formed on Sam's lips. Colonel Harrison? Just Bill now. I've been retired a long time. I hope you're enjoying it. There's been some days better than others. His words sounded somewhat somber, yet pragmatic. He wasn't reveling in pain, nor dismissing his losses. Sam, you know how we people say that we're all dying just some a little faster than others? Sure, Sam said, noncommittally. Yeah, well, I'm in the little fast category. You're dying? Looks like it. Sam waited for him to further explain what was going on and why he was so certain of his demise. But when he didn't venture any more information, Sam asked, Anything I can do to help? Yes. As you have already guessed, this wasn't a social call. I've never been that kind of person, and I don't really have enough time to start now." "What can I do for you, sir?" Bill said, "Well, that depends." "On what?" Sam asked. Bill's voice hardened. "How much do you remember about the Medallion of Petra?" The end. This has been The Midas Vault, Sam Reilly, Book 28. Written by Christopher Cartwright. Narrated by David Gilmore. Copyright 2024 by Christopher Cartwright. Sam Reilly will return in The Medallion of Petra. This is David Gilmore. Thank you for listening.